Hello, hello, and welcome back to another Grand Archive Weekly. I'm PerfectKalcium, and I'm here with mine and most likely your favorite Eternal, Jim the Eternal. How are you doing this week, Jim?
I'm doing great. I am full of both burrito and excitement for Grand Archive, and I plan to bring both of those energies to this cast.
Oh, that's fantastic. One thing I I was thinking earlier today, I apologize I didn't see it, but if I did, I was just like, there he is, there's Jim.
Yeah, that's okay. Honestly, it wasn't my best work, so it's.
Oh, don't say that, don't say that. But yeah, burritos and excitement, that's what we love to have here, especially for Grand Archive. I'm pretty sure everyone would agree. But the big talk of the town this week has got to be the BNR.
Oh yeah, this is such a big deal. This is one of those grand sweeping changes that most of the time you don't see out of a lot of card game companies, but something that Weebs hasn't really shied away from when they felt the need for it. So I think this is really cool, and I think it clears the way for potentially a lot of new decks, new archetypes, new approaches to decks, even in the new meta. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. This is our first BNR that also takes back a card, basically, from a previous
Hmm.
one. So I guess let's just go down the line. So for buffing sort of previous archetypes, but just making sure that they can hopefully stick around in the RDO. We have the Duchess's Thorns from Proxia's Vault. So specifically made for suited, comes in
Hmm.
hindered when you activate a cardistry ability of an ally. So that is it is in fire, but not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily have to be hearts. That ally gets +1 power as well as true sight, which I think is really crazy. And then if you can rest it to have a cardistry ability cost 6 less whenever activated.
Yeah, the true side on it is actually really kind of specific, and I think speaks to sort of the big boogeyman of the ally decks of the format. If you can't deal with Cheshire Cat, how are you keeping a board up? And this actually gives suited maybe a fighting chance against, kind of that early pressure from like a big Merlin or something.
Yeah, it also allows you to sort of ignore certain fog effects, that we've seen
Hmm.
before, things like vanish from sight. You can say, well, you know what, I actually have my Duchess's Thorns, and I'm gonna hopefully, have a few cardistries that are free or very cheap, and I'll have True Sight anyway this turn. All
Heck
right.
yeah. It seems like it could be a really powerful card, honestly. It's really hard to say, whether or not it's going to make much of a difference because it does come out a little bit slowly, I think, for the decks that are trying to be sort of more aggressive, but it does seem like that if it gets online, it'll be a game changer.
Mhm. Yeah, I think a big part of it, I mean, even though it does cost 0, having to actually activate the cardistry, uh, in general, you're only going to get it once per ally, but that boost, especially on a big push turn, if they have their entire hand down or something, you can definitely make a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And our next proxy is Volt, Mantle of the Abyss. So we've had this before. It caused a little bit, when it first came out, people were like, oh, we're putting Ryle back. Turned out to, for better or worse, not really make a huge difference the first go. So we're having a second go at it. No problem with that. That's what I find really cool at Proxy is Volt. It doesn't work the first time. Let's go ahead and try again. In this
Right?
case, we've gone ahead and tacked on an extra Alice bonus for sacrificing a Spectre ally to activate the card from the material deck. Otherwise, it's all the same. We get to pay 3 to banish and generate a Ryle the Abyss, everyone's favorite card, and put it into our memory.
So I got to ask you first, Pika, what do you
Mhm.
think of this change? It didn't seem to make much of an impact previously, right? We didn't really see this
Yeah.
enabling any Spectre decks. So do you think that this will maybe bring a couple Spectre decks to the fore, or is this just going to be like, okay, well now it's a little bit better, but that doesn't make enough of a difference?
So I've had some testing with some friends. I think it definitely opens some interesting things, right? We can, of course, if we're going to a Spectre Alice 2 deck, we're able to do things like Sacrifice or Liminal Guide. We also have the new Ember Witch, I believe. I can't remember. There's a second word for it. But the 2/1 Spectre that has to be sacrificed end of turn, you can go ahead and
Mhm.
sacrifice that anyway. Of course, Spectres to sacrifice and then ephemerate is a big thing. The big thing is it only does it once, right? So we're
Right.
likely to see this in sort of like low to the ground fire, level 1 Alice fire cleric aggro decks that we've seen a little bit of in the past. Uh, but I'm not the smartest man. Maybe someone will figure out, where this really fits in for level two. I think the big thing is the Umber package for level two is very focused on you living. You're a little past just drawing a whole bunch of cards and saying,
Mhm.
I'll sacrifice my Umber. Actually, I'm thinking out loud now. I'm not sure which Umber Spectre even wants to go to the graveyard other than Shackle Thurgist.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you get to that point, you're mostly happy bringing them back from the graveyard rather than
Yeah.
putting them into the graveyard. But I do think you hit the nail on the head where the sacrifice is a end unto itself, not just a means of activating this card. Like being able to put your liminal into the yard without needing a cremation, without needing something else to kind of some other card to play to take advantage of that, does seem like it's potentially useful.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go directly past our prattle into this game one here. Uh, we are looking at flawless Mordred versus water suited Kong Ming. So two uh, new decks, two new strategies. So this will be pretty
Yeah.
exciting.
Two very new decks. The Mordred deck looks like it has a lot of similarities to the Recco, which I think is by design. Um, but of course, the inclusion of Excalibur Cleansing Light is something that anybody who has seen Luxem Warriors is going to be scared of.
Yeah, I think for a long time that was, in a way, a boogeyman card, right? As we sometimes say, everyone's like, well, you can't make a Luxem warrior; they'll just be too crazy. They're just gonna play
Mhm.
Excalibur every turn, and it's not gonna be very fun. But so far, I don't think we've seen a huge problem with it.
Oh, it looks like there's going to be a repair, so we're going to put this match, I think, on pause for a bit and see if we can get things back together. Uh, Unfortunately, any event sometimes runs into issues, but we'll work on fixing these as fast as possible to get the gameplay straight to you guys. But that means we can continue prattling about the BNR.
Oh yeah, maybe the players heard. They were like, you know what? Actually, let's give them some time. Uh, all right, yeah. So we've gone through our two Proxius vaults there, uh, both fire and like we said, we're trying to extend suited, trying to extend fire Spectre allies.
Mhm.
Let's go to our new ban cards, and these I'm sure make quite a few people happy.
Both happy
Starting,
and unhappy, I
but
think.
yeah, okay, that's true, right? I think especially up here or I say up here, that's crazy. DFW, by the way, for everyone who doesn't know, is in Texas. We are south of America. I say up here because I'm from San Antonio. That's great. Don't worry about that, everybody.
What is
Uh,
geography?
Yeah, what is yeah, you know what? We have these little American flags, so that should tell you everything about what I just said. First thing, well, they have in mind there, baby green slime.
Mhm,
Uh,
mhm.
I think a lot of people have been looking forward slash, looking towards this ban. Uh, the big part of the wind value engine is now gone, now banned, um, taken away by the slime gods.
Yeah, I this is one of those cards that I think people have liked to complain about, not in the sense that they're like, "Oh, this card is too powerful," but more in the sense of like, "This card is too annoying," or like affects my strategy specifically in a way that I don't like. And I think a lot of people have. I think very few people were calling for a baby green ban, but there were definitely a lot of voices complaining about the card.
Yeah, I think the big thing was its flexibility, and especially last season where we saw it. Uh, I mean, of course, it really bolsters in any tamer deck, and having Goja, Seryu Goja, as one of the main decks in the meta, uh, probably led it to be very annoying for people. Uh, just overall, right? Because you would see it quite a bit. But yeah, the big thing there, of course, it is an ally, so there's pretty much very little that can hide from it, unless you go ahead and stifle it for its on enter.
Of
So
course.
yeah, we'll see. The big thing, yeah, fast activation. Uh, but no, I agree. I think a lot of people were already sort of testing without it, just seeing what was going to happen there, and uh, it might turn out later on that we miss it. Like many of our band cards, we miss it, and not just for the value engine, but some of the extra utility provided. We've got to find new ways around, but that's fine, right?
Yeah.
That's a big part of ECGs. We're flexible people, and we'll find something new that you will complain about and eventually want banned.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the value, honestly, the value that Baby Green brings to the table can't be denied, right? It's another way to play essentially card neutral, and this one isn't on enter, so you can displace it or reclaim it and get that value again. So it's another very, very powerful tool in the win deck that is already doing all of those things. So, you know,
Yeah.
seeing the backside of it, I think clears the way to maybe build something a little bit different, maybe produce something that's not quite as threatening to, you know, other decks that are just trying to do the same thing but don't have quite the same power. So I think this one's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how Windex shape up without Baby Green,
Yeah.
especially Seiryu, which I think probably recovered pretty well, but you know, only time will tell.
Yeah,
We do
absolutely.
have our repair, so go ahead and take a quick look at those deck lists before we come back. And looks like we've got the same flawless Margit as before,
Mhm.
but we've swapped our opponent to the Essence Crucible Razor Gale. So this is still good, right? This is still both two newer RDO archetypes. I
Mhm.
say newer like we're not like kind of just into the set. Uh, but yeah, let's have a look.
So the Razor Gale archetype is actually one that's a little bit near and dear to my heart. I have played a decent amount of Razor Gale in the past. And I think Arasana bringing Essence Crucible to the table really kind of breathes some new life into this deck. It loses some of the tools that it used to have, but it gains a lot of power by tacking on extra damage to any spell source, which of course, Razor Gale Calling is a Fantasia spell. So it gets extra damage on every activation of every wind card, which, you know, seems pretty powerful. I think a lot of people have kind of landed on, yes, this seems pretty good. Let's try and build this deck and see what comes out of it.
Yeah, it trades a lot of the older Razor Gale sort of explosive power with things like Downfall for you to go ahead and, you're going to brew a bunch of potions. And now, even a single Razor Gale, before, while annoying, a single Razor Gale can go ahead and close out the game with your Essence Crucible if you've brewed enough potions.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a neat looking spirit for on Judas's side.
I
But yes,
believe. Yeah.
we have our divine spirit of Mordred over on Lewis's side. So ready to get things going here.
Yeah, our first champion who is themselves a divine relic. You can only have the one, uh, and Flawless Spirit of Mordred can only level up into Mordred. So, who knows? Maybe in the far future we have extra Mordred level ones. But on enter, we're gonna draw 7 cards and then glimpse 4. So there's our glimpse going through.
Yeah, it's a really powerful start to the game. You know, all of the other spirits that give you these glimpses means you don't quite have the same amount of resources. Either fortuitous, you just can't do anything on your turn one, or if you're on Serene or on Fragmented, you just have one card less to play with. So you don't have quite the same ability to play cards while still gaining that extra information, while still sculpting your hand in the way that extra glimpse lets you.
Yeah, I think there's been a decent amount of chatter about it, but do you feel that's worth the divine relic slot, especially being the
It's
spirit as well?
It's such a fascinating trade-off. I think if there was something that you could materialize for free, like not taking a materialized spot, that was essentially a glimpse for, that would be on average probably worth a card, the same way that GCR or Lost Providence is worth a card, but it would have to be kind of within a specific deck built to take advantage of it. So putting that on your spirit, I think is probably slightly less valuable because you don't get the opportunity to use it later on. But yeah, it's a very interesting question.
Yeah, I think the other part of it, of course, is that this, your divine relic spirit champion is intrinsically tied to your level one Mordred Burnus Avenger, which itself is specifically, is a lot of words, flawless spirit of Mordred lineage.
Yep. I love
So
that.
yeah, so a big part of it comes down to whether or not, this Mordred level one is really worth it. And of course, this is our new champion from the recollection of this set. Was Aurelian Regent, and certainly we'll see it come out. Here's one of
Well,
our new cards.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say Warrior of the Fey Realm coming out here. Uh, this is one of the new cards from the recollection. Fairy. So a big thing about Mordred, all those allies in there are fairies, and you're able to banish an attack card, a sword attack specifically, for later, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, this does seem like a very interesting card here. A little bit of extra value being able to use this attack while already replacing it in your hand. And then the fact that the warrior is stealthed is even more annoying. Although on Judas's side, being Razor Gale being a spell focused deck, probably not engaging with any allies to a great degree anyway. Judas,
Yeah,
for his part, is now going immediately to level 1, which is the usual pattern for this deck. Getting Arasana out on the table early on in order to get your herbs started and bring out the Essence Crucible and start getting that extra spell value as soon as you can.
yeah. I think if you're Razor Gale, you're probably not unhappy to see this opening. That Stalwart Shieldmate it probably isn't going anywhere for a while, so it's not really worth any sort of floating. Which is, when you're going into a deck that you don't know, that is one of the risks, right? You're just gonna put out your Stalwart Shieldmate and hope that at some point they do something to it. But in this case, just taking a look, they could, yeah, not very many allies. Just Dream Fairy and Imperial Alchemist. It looks like so. Oh, and Windmill Engineers, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and most of them are there for the value, not really to engage with the board. If your
Right.
opponent spends a little bit of time attacking your Windmill Engineer, then great. But otherwise, it's just there to keep your deck moving.
Well, you never know, right? What if you get that mythical, 5/7 Imperial Alchemist?
Yeah, Imperial Alchemist actually does seem like a really interesting choice here because of
They
that
are
the
fierce.
extra plus counters every time you brew a potion. But we are starting with the namesake of the deck, Razor Gale Calling here. Whenever you activate a wind element card, deal 1 damage to target champion. And of course, this card is a spell, so damage is dealt as a spell. Even though it is not an action card, it is still a spell source.
There's a
And
Besiege.
yeah, starting off strong, bringing out that Essence Crucible immediately, and getting ready to build up, I think.
So, curiously, you've seen your opponent. They are Mordred, but they're still water. I think you have to, at some level, assume that there are Fracturizes in the opponent's deck. So,
Yeah.
hands down, Essence Crucible out. How do you feel about just sort of hoping your opponent doesn't, on their turn pick up their cards and fracturize your Essence Crucible?
It's definitely a dangerous moment. I have to wonder if maybe Judas here is doing a little bit of limit testing, like how much can I get away with in this particular situation? Is this going to work out for me, or is this going to be a problem? And honestly, like this is kind of the place to do that. Essentially a locals trying stuff out and seeing how well it works. And maybe he's just that greedy. Like maybe this is like, no, I don't think you have it. I bet this is fine.
There's no way that your opponent never has it. So that you should
Yeah,
just,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, your opponent will
Absolutely.
never have it.
What's
Uh,
fascinating is looking at Lewis's deck list, there is only the
yeah,
one
there's only
fracturizer
one,
there.
so they might not have it.
Yeah, this is one of the safer ways to play really, really greedy.
Your opponent not having it in their deck list. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yep.
We are seeing that level up to Mordred, Burnished Avenger. Uh, so okay, yeah. So Mordred, Burnished Avenger. This really sort of neat effect. So on enter, we're gonna look at the top card of our deck. If it's an attack, we can banish it, which it looks like we have done so there for the regular splits. And you can go ahead and activate that card later this turn. And then our inherited effect through all of our Mordred lineage, as long as Mordred has leveled up this turn, which we'll talk about the 2 level 3s later. The first attack card you activate this turn costs 2 less to activate. So, oh, I'm sorry, there's a Striking Tides underneath them. Uh,
Yeah, this
it's
is
still
this
fine.
is pretty neat.
Cost
Being able to activate these attack cards for essentially free is very nice to have. It lets you build up the board. It lets you keep bringing out these stealth allies that are hard to deal with, and really lets you put on some pressure.
Yeah, it definitely fits into Mordred's just constant attacking. We've heard previously the idea that Lorraine level 3, uh, Crux Knight is like a siege. At level 3, they're just constantly trying to hit you. They're saying, "Hey, can you respond to 5, 6, 7 damage?" Mordred at a lower level is basically saying, "Can you respond to 4 damage, 5 damage every once in a while?"
Yeah,
These are
and these
cheap.
kinds of hits, we're probably going to be seeing something about this strength every turn. You know, it's not too far fetched to think of Mordred the Champion as a 3, 4, and maybe even 5 attack ally, depending on what you've been able to materialize.
Yeah, looking at looking at the Razorgale deck, I do see 2 Calming Breeze, and we do yeah, and with 4 Veiling Breeze. So there
Mhm.
is some level of protection here. That being
Yeah,
said,
I don't think the Razor Gale deck is completely ignoring his opponent
yeah.
here, but you know, he definitely
Oh.
wow, he had it.
No, that's impossible. They never have it. That's impossible.
Oh, always punished. Always punished. Never
Uh,
play cards, I think is
well,
the lesson to be learned here.
no, if you're Mordred, you see, it's the opposite lesson. You're never punished. You can just put the one Fracturize in. You're gonna find it. It'll be okay.
That's true. That's why
Oh.
they're called silver bullets because they're always in your hand. Um, I think this metaphor might have gotten away from me.
Yeah. I mean, that's why werewolves are weak to it. Um,
Yes, there you go.
You just need
Great.
the yeah. They're always weak to the idea of one. They're like, oh, they have the one thing.
Mhm.
Well, speaking of one, here's our divine relic on the Razorgale side, Grand Crusader's Ring. Uh, Grand Crusader's Ring, actually, yeah, I kind of want to talk about this a little bit. Coming back into favor with the Band of Unmake. Uh, I think I mean, I think we've seen not necessarily rise, but I think there's now a choice that people are beginning to make again.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the sort of replacement for Unmake is Return to the Archive, which if your deck is built to take advantage of floating memory, is maybe a decent substitution, but it doesn't get you quite as deep into your deck. You're not drawing that extra card immediately. So even if you have a similar amount of value, it's definitely not moving you through quite as quickly. And Grand Crusader's Ring is, of course, the other way to do it, and that just gets you a card for free off of your Materialize, but it does cost you that Materialize, so, you know, there's a little bit of cost paid either way.
Yeah. Fairy Whispers here. So this is sort of the start of Razor Gale where we get our cheap you know oh, that's unfortunate.
Shifted 3 to the bottom with the glimpse. I guess maybe he didn't like any of the cards he saw, and unfortunately pulled a Norm card off of the top. One of his 6 Norm cards in the deck. That's really unlucky.
Oh really? There's only 6. So 4 Distilled Water and 2 Tend the Land. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Well,
Yeah.
perhaps okay, well, there is one of our Distilled Water. Uh perhaps perhaps this game 1 is a how to say perhaps teaching you not necessarily go for it every time.
Yeah, this is well, honestly, this has been a lucky in a variety of ways, right? Like this is, you know,
Yeah.
your opponent has the one of, and then you don't get to draw off of your fairy whispers. And I don't know where this is gonna go from here, but it's not looking great at the moment. But you know, Razor Gale has the potential to dig itself out of these holes. The deck is in fact designed to continue digging. So wouldn't surprise me if eventually finds something enough to be at least a little bit threatening. But the question is whether that's going to come together without the Essence Crucible in time to avoid getting hammered by the attacks that Lewis is just going to keep throwing at him.
Yeah, Razor Guild is definitely as a deck, like you said, it's built to still withstand, this sort of situation. Previous Razor Gales, they didn't have Essence Crucible; it was fine. The big thing is, having that win value engine, pull enough cards, even with our one Razor Gale, to sort of overcome the probably relatively large amounts of damage that are going to come in from Mordred, being that we are a level 1 deck. I do
So
want to
this
point
is
out,
a neat
hmm,
card that I don't think we
yeah,
see very often. Um, Dummy Trainer.
yes.
So this is a yet another backup charger like, but in this case, the cost, the or benefit maybe even depending on what you're trying to do, is your opponent gets an O2 that can't attack.
Yeah, the training dummy token is so I've personally used it in terms of like uh level 2 Lorraine, right? We're going to give them an
Mm-hmm.
extra we're going to give them an extra dummy, and then we're going to go ahead and, clean that up for an extra card on a sweep. Uh Personally though, I've seen it a few times in Pantheon. I'm not quite sure. Personally, yeah, what is Mordred looking to do? giving you an
So
extra.
there are a couple of
Defense here.
attacks in his deck that have on kill bonuses. So
Ah,
having a training dummy to hit with those is pretty nice to have. If you look at Drenching Finish, it lets you put the top 3 cards of target player's deck into their graveyard. So maybe you want to put your own, maybe you want to mill yourself 3 in order to find a little bit more float or something like that. And there is the on hit from Striking Tides, which allows you to wake up your champion after the hit, which is like probably better off against the champion, but still potentially useful no matter how you slice it.
yeah. All
See,
right.
there is also Regulus Blitz, but that doesn't actually have a on hit or on kill. So it looks like it's mostly for Drenching Finish because otherwise you can't get the on kill bonus. So you're trading off 2 damage to the champion for getting this mill 3, which may be worth it.
Yeah. Time will tell. Especially
Hmm.
because we haven't activated our training dummy yet. Oh, there we go. There is a wind card. That was a Tempest Downfall. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we're still seeing a bit of the old Razor Gale there of Tempest Downfall.
Yeah, Tempest
The
Downfall a
ancient.
pretty big hit once you have your Razor Gales active, since every additional Razor Gale is an additional point on top of the 3 damage that it's already doing, which is a pretty good sort of kill condition when you need it at the very end. But for now, Judas seems content to chip away at Lewis 1 point at a time, getting a point of damage off of the Razor Gale for this Windmill Engineer. Obviously, with the Imbue Windmill Engineer going card neutral, so being able to attack your opponent at least a little bit while maintaining your influence is very much in the vein of what Razor Gale is trying to do. So the game plan is still coming together, if a little bit slower without that Essence Crucible.
Yeah, we had already seen one of our distilled waters get brewed. So at this point, without our Essence Crucible, we're just looking to cycle some cards. But that's what Razor Gale's great at. So not a huge problem.
Hmm. Yeah, I think this is an okay place, depending on how fast Lewis Fishman is going to be moving, right? A lot of it is going to depend on like, can you get away with a point here and there against a deck that seems to be throwing this much damage at you?
And not only that, it is a level 3 deck on Warrior. So it is going to come up to 28.
I mean, that is a very good point also, right? This deck is a
Yeah.
level 3 deck, so it's not moving quite so fast as maybe some more aggressive attack focused decks. So Judas might very well have the time he's looking for, although just like you said, that is a lot of health to go through if you're doing one here and one there.
Yeah. That being said, Lewis Fishman not necessarily looking to level up, bring out Mirror Depths Blade. So we have that Fracturize in Grave. I wonder if he's looking for ever more floating memory.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is built to take advantage of the floating memory that it has. And there is a decent amount of floating memory looking through these cards. Like you were saying with the Stalwart Shieldmate, I think that is just going to sit on board pretty much forever. So he's never going to get his value back from that, I don't think. But there is Primordial Rituals. There is the Fracturize that we've already seen. There are Gentle Respites. Um, is that all of the float? I think that is all of the float.
Savage
Yeah.
Slap is in there as
Hmm.
well.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
and
Savage
if
Slash is the class bonus float.
yeah, and if we do find our Primordial Ritual, we'll be perfectly happy with that Shieldmate being there. Going in for another attack, Drenching Finish. So yeah, here's that on kill. So we didn't need our dummy. Perfectly happy to try and take out that Windmill Engineer.
Well, nope,
Here's
still
the
going for the
dummy.
dummy though.
Okay,
Yeah.
go for the
Doesn't
dummy.
want to take the damage back. I guess as long as we have the dummy, might as well take advantage of it.
Yeah, I guess also the dummy is something that you would never like attempt to save or anything, right? Like you're not going to
Right.
reclaim the dummy. So
Yeah, absolutely not. And this deck is definitely known for doing reclaim shenanigans. So going into the Windmill Engineer, not necessarily the best of choices. But here we have our mill 3. I'm not seeing any float in this mill. I think that was a paladin and another warrior of the Fey realm, and um, what looked like a Luxem card at the bottom. Was that the Luminescent Slash, or did I misread
I
it?
believe that was a Luminescent Slash. And then I'm interested. I assume Mordred did not use the mirror blade, or sorry, mirror depth blade.
Yeah, Mirror Depth Blade still just hanging out. I think ready to enable a bigger attack into Judas directly on a future turn.
Mm.
Like
Yeah, very
he
fair.
can't afford, I think, to throw damage away at this point. He has to know that while he does have a decent amount of health to get through, his time on this earth is not forever.
Let's see. I think looking for floating. I think just yeah, I think just the fracturize, because it was two drenching finishes, no floating in the drenching finish.
I mean, of course, once he
Center,
gets to level 2, every attack in his graveyard is float. So
yeah.
that's really a great place to start from.
Well, so unfortunately, we do see that sensor of Restful Peace coming out on Arisana's side, and without a second fracturize, I don't think the deck has a way to deal with that.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty painful. And unfortunately,
Oh,
the
Excalibur. We do have Excalibur.
that's true. Excalibur does definitely solve any problem once.
Oh, we're using the EVP sensor Restful Peace art. Uh,
You know,
in
if you got it, you might as well.
in a bid to have it come to me. I'm gonna manifest it by staring at it.
I believe that'll definitely
Thank
work at
you.
some point.
It's never not
Uh,
worked, right?
yeah, I think that's true. I think that's true.
Showing
We've
some
got
speed.
another Windmill Engineer coming down here,
Yeah.
so yet more Razor Gale damage going to Lewis. Do you think we'll see our Razor Gale player here knocking out the Shield Mate?
You know what? You have your sensor. Uh, you don't know how greedy, but I think I would, right? I mean, you've got at least this one turn. I don't believe Lewis. Does Lewis have three cards in hand?
Looks like
Four
maybe
cards, I think,
4.
actually. Well, I think even if they knock out the sensor, I think you do go for it. If they're never
Yeah.
going to knock out one of your windmills, you might as well start getting in chip damage in addition to your Razor Gale. You only have one Razor Gale, and
Mhm.
and your Crucible is fracturized. So,
Yeah,
uh,
every point of damage matters, absolutely. I think
yeah,
you're right.
especially you're also at a damage deficit, right? Mordred
Mhm.
only at 5, you're at 7. Uh, you're only level 1, so they've just got to chip through another 12 on you.
Yeah, the this is a little bit painful for the Arasana deck because the Arasana deck isn't running anything past level 1. So, no way for Judas to bring up that health pool from the 19 that Arasana level 1 has. Whereas, like you were saying before, Lewis has all the way up to level 3 with 28 health on a level 3 warrior. So, definitely a big disparity in terms of how much defense each of the decks are going to need in order to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, going up to Mordred level 2, we saw a Gentle Respite and one other card. I'm not Norm. I believe that is one of the Mordred cards. I believe that's Dauntless. I believe that's a Dauntless Assault. But yeah, Mordred level 2 coming out. Mordred Flawless Blade. So, of course, this is a classic card, I guess we can say, especially at a capstone set from DOA, where all of our attack cards now have floating memory. So we've upped the amount of floating memory in our grave by 2 and now 3 after this resolution here.
Yes, up the amount of floating memory that we still don't have access to.
One
And
day.
really unfortunate to be playing this deck into a center because I think the float matters so much for what Mordred is trying to do, right? Trying to level into a level 3 and then level into another level 3. And that feels like you're missing out on so much value if you actually have to do all of that manually.
For sure, it would be quite it's going to be an uphill battle if we don't get to level 3 and then also use our Excalibur. Uh, Although, of course, it's all about how quickly Razor Gale is going to kill us. I wonder. So, Sudden Steel coming out in addition to the level 1, uh, inherited bonus because we did level up this turn. We also have efficiency, so we're only paying 2 for 5, which is quite a bit. But okay, I would say I assume we'll see some level of protection. We're going to see an Innervate Agility here.
Oh, this lets Judas get 2 more herbs.
Oh yes, leveling back up,
Oh,
and
very
yeah, looks
powerful
like it's gone
technique.
through. Uh, yeah, unfortunately, Lewis Fishman only has Frostbinds. Nothing else. even then with 4 cards, well, with 4 cards you could pay for an engulf, but we don't have that unfortunately.
Yep.
So yeah, and Razor Gale pretty safe. Choosing stealth, so the rest of the board is also good to go right now.
Yeah, and I don't think we are seeing many sources of true sight in the Mordred deck. So not a lot of ways to get through this.
Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, I don't see any way around this actually right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple of people just run Staggering Strike main.
Yeah, that's
So,
what I was looking
you
for.
know,
But
as just like a random source of true sight in addition to, the benefits of going into an attack and a assassin attacker. But in this case, doesn't seem like that's an option. So the Innervate Agility going to do some good work here, preventing the 5 damage, as well as potentially giving Judas the opportunity to brew, to bring out another couple of herbs, get 2 more gathers. So we'll see if he takes advantage of that, or if he's happy to sit on Spirit now that the Crucible is gone.
yeah, going on to 2. Let's see. So, seeing your opponent locked out of floating memory, does that change any part of your game plan when you as the Rizigale player?
I mean, I think as the Razor Gale player, you are. This actually looks like it's kind of favored for the Razor Gale player in my
Mhm.
eyes because of the amount that you have slowed down your opponent, right? Your opponent's not going to be able to use the attacks as floating memory. Your opponent's not going to be able to get to level 3 and definitely not going to be able to get to the second level 3, which is how they activate their Luxem abilities, without putting in a huge amount of work. If you see 2 dungeon guides here, your opponent goes down to what, 0 cards in hand? I
Yeah.
will admit I am not super familiar with a Mordred deck, but I feel like you have to have a little bit more going on for you than 0 influence in order to get anything done.
Yeah, it definitely does not look great for a Mordred player, unfortunately. And yeah, for exactly the reasons that you said, we're trying to we're trying to go to 3 twice, which is very unlikely without our floating memory, the way that this deck is structured. Which is also unfortunate, I guess, that Censor also locks out the ephemerate of any of the attack cards, even if we did choose to pay to go to our or to our first level 3, our
Yeah,
exalted
that's
level
true.
3.
All of these abilities are all wiped. Ah, it's so rude.
Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of looking like we've got to. Oh man, I wonder. So I mean, we still have Frostborn Paladins. We did see one go to the
Mhm.
grave. We still have 2 more Warrior of the Fey realm, I believe, as well. Uh, Shipping with some allies and just draw a pass for a bit might be okay. Finding our Lake Reaving Chill would also save us.
Mhm. I
So
mean, it's not like Lewis is short on ways to deal damage, right?
yeah,
But the question is how much of that damage can come through? How efficient can he be with that damage without going up to the higher levels? And
and
that's an open question.
oh, second Razor Gale,
Ooh,
and
okay.
every time Razor Gale protects itself, those are of course wind cards. So you're taking that damage back as well. 2 Razor Gales on field, and once again we don't need the Essence Crucible if we have enough Razor Gales too.
That is also true. The longer the game goes on, the more incidental damage Lewis is going to take here. So the onus really is on Lewis to make something happen. And just like you were saying, anytime Judas successfully defends himself, not only has he extended that clock, he's also done a little bit more chip damage since all of his defenses are also wind cards.
Yeah, let's see. Taking a look at Lewis's material deck, I could see Drawn Blade just coming out and trying to cycle a card to
Mhm.
find one of your answers. Uh, you'll go neutral anyway, and you'll have a weapon. Uh, Other than that, we don't know what's in the player's hands exactly, so there could be some other things that they're pondering. But that would be the materialization I wouldn't be surprised to see this turn.
Yeah, and just looking through the possibilities that he has, not only in his materials but in his main, I think it's exactly Lake Reaving Chill for ways to deal with this sensor. At least until he gets to
Really.
level 3 part 2 for the Excalibur, which is so far away.
It is no, don't. It's a mere 6 cards. All you
A
have.
mere
Well,
6 cards, yeah.
really 8. If you, yeah, you got to have the cards to play, I suppose. Enfeebling orb, though, that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, Enfeebling Orb, usually the kind of card that you bring out when you don't want your opponent to react to something that you're doing, right? This is usually a card that you see when people are ready to go kind of for their finishing moves. So I'm really interested to see what Lewis is going to be doing with it here, or if this is just kind of filling a slot in the turn while none of his other materializes seem particularly attractive.
Yeah, I think that could be it, especially with Razor Gale at 4 cards. That's actually if you enfeebling, I think they're not particularly bothered because the veiling, right? You're actually helping them sometimes. Putting another stalwart out, taking out one of the windmills. So yeah, that's an interesting plan. I guess preventing those windmill engineer chip damage is perfectly fine, especially while you're just looking for answers.
Right, and it's not like he's wasting much damage here, right? It's 1 damage from the Warrior of the Fey Realm. It's 1 damage from this sword attack. So he's not really getting the opportunity to come in with another sudden steal or something like that, right? And I know he's looking for the big hits, but it seems like he hasn't quite found what he needs in order to make that happen yet.
Prism Spire Scepter. So, yep, Rizrael, this is not only our resiliency, but just, having stalled out the opponent for a little bit, just drawing more cards. That
Mhm.
wind engine, with the windmill engineers going neutral, picking things up, that's 8 influence, I believe.
Yeah, and it's not too far-fetched to think of every card in your hand as a potential source of damage.
Mhm.
Given the amount of stuff like Fairy Whispers, the Speed Potion, there's a lot of cards that will go card neutral and turn themselves into a point of damage. So the more influence you have to just spew out cards, that's the more damage that you can get on the board. And given where Lewis is at, 13 damage marked on this, what is it, 24 health champion, he's
24, yeah.
not that far away. 11 more damage is 5 more cards plus this windmill hit. Like, that's potentially reachable this turn if stuff lined up well for Judas.
Yeah, we also know Judas does have at least one Tempest Downfall in hand, so that represents 5. Speed Potion coming out.
Oh, Speed Potion is a big hit here. So, on top of being something that enables the Essence Crucible, Speed Potion is also a card neutral play. If it is brewed, you just draw a card by playing it, which means
Mhm.
he's doing 2 damage immediately at the cost of only herbs on the board, still able to play more cards. And the Agility 3 is absolutely wild in terms of the kinds of combo turns that it enables. He can put his entire hand down and then still have 2 more cards to play at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I think we're likely to see lethal actually this turn. With that agility potion coming out. Uh, let's see what is brought up by the fairy whispers, but let's see, only 7 more damage to go.
Yep. 2
Pretty
cards
doable.
down, 1 on top.
Cyclical breeze.
Cyclical Breeze, not bad here. Is this a Tempest Downfall at this point? Tempest Downfall is 5 damage.
Yes. So
So, 1
it's a
more
little
card
more.
plus a Tempest Downfall would be it.
Yep. Cyclical breeze probably getting back just like our fairy whispers to
Yeah, I mean, that's really easy to do,
get another.
Cyclical Breeze for
Yeah.
Fairy Whispers, get another source of damage in there, and then Fairy Whispers keep on digging, see if you can find what you need.
Yeah. End of turn, you can even, if you agility 3, you can you can just rudely play 1 extra card.
Uh-huh.
It's cheap. Well, let's see what we're getting. We didn't pull the fairy whispers off the top. Let's see what choice we're gonna make here. But either
And
way, I
this
think for better or worse, this is lethal this turn.
I think so. I mean, so many of these cards are fast as well, so it's not like he's particularly worried if he finds the cards that he needs off of Fairy Whispers. Almost any card will do at this point.
Yeah,
And this
and we did pull
additional
the
Fairy
fairy
Whispers
whispers.
putting him up to 21. Only 2 more cards, and that's very, very doable on this influence.
Yeah. All right. Let's see it. One of them's gonna be fairy whispers. Yep.
Here we go. Yeah, Fairy Whispers is going to put him up to 21 damage.
I think.
So,
Yeah. Enfeebling. Okay.
Enfeebling in response is pretty good, while still digging for another card off of the top. Uh, the real question is that going to be enough to save Lewis here? Because I suspect with the agility off of the speed potion, Judas will still have enough to get lethal here.
Yeah, it'll be 2 cards to lethal,
Mhm.
unless of course one of them is just a tempest.
Yeah, a Tempest. Actually, I think Judas still has 1 card in hand right now, so a Tempest off the top plus the agility 3 will be enough. But if he finds like another cyclical breeze, that's also probably enough. And especially if he finds a fairy whispers here. If he finds a
Yeah,
fairy
if this
whispers
is a Fairy
here,
Whispers. Oh, the third
another
race.
razor gale. Oh man. That sounds like he's going to the next turn, but might just very well be this is the only card that mattered off of the top three.
Yeah. Well,
Potentially an
I mean,
unfortunate situation. But here comes that
there's
agility
that.
3, so we might still see an ending here in Judas's end phase.
That or we could see it in response to a materialization as well, depending on what we have here.
And yeah, passing the turn, allowing Lewis the chance to move on. So the enfeebling orb maybe did save Lewis's life for a turn.
Yeah. So here's the trouble. You have no floating. You only have 2 down, so you can't level up. All right, we're gonna see the Drawn Blade.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's keep on digging, see if you find something good.
Yeah, that is a water attack, but I can't. I'm not good enough to tell from one text box, unfortunately. Let's see what we have.
Yeah, I
So
even an attack here isn't going to be enough to close out the game, and I don't know what Lewis has
no,
to enable him to survive through another Razor Gale barrage. Like any two wind cards played on Judas's turn, and we know that he has another Razor Gale in hand. This is
yeah,
really not looking good.
you can play the Razor Gale and then any other card.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
force it to finish. Getting that extra damage with Warrior there. Going to attack with our
Yeah, yep. Milling
oh
one
another
more
card. Okay,
card,
yeah,
maybe
just
that'll
it's
make
just
the
one.
difference.
Well, let's see it.
On Banish, let's go. Lewis carefully reading his card, making sure he understands what he's about to do. Yeah, great.
Hey, no, I respect that actually.
Yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah.
so
No, that's
many, yeah, there's so many cards that my opponent and I are like, wait a minute, we both read this card wrong forever somehow and internalized it. Fantastic.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
See,
But yeah, it's down to Lewis figuring it out here, and I actually don't think there is anything in his deck that can save him at this point.
taking a look. Yeah, we've got to deal 14 damage somehow on this go.
Yeah, I
That
killing
would be
killing Judas
two.
is definitely not
No,
on the table given those
no,
materializes and that influence.
we passed. Even having
Yeah.
frostbinds or anything is not going to save us. It's only gonna potentially might make it worse. uh, and yeah, even there, we're just gonna go ahead and thurible. Uh, I mean, yeah, no, this is the right move regardless. Even if you're gonna lose, just take
Mhm.
out the things that are not floating memory. Do it. Practice correctly. Either way,
Yeah.
recollect, and we'll likely see the end right here at 24 live.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You definitely want to go through the motions appropriately. You don't want to let anything slip through the cracks here, but it's really not looking good for our poor Mordred player.
Yep, Signal Breeze. Probably just grab the fairy. Oh, okay, we're gonna grab Tempest Downfall.
Sure, might as well
Wow.
close out the game in style.
I think just showing, just presenting it to your opponent. Uh,
Yeah, a little bit of showing off here, but also Lewis had the power to concede any time in the past like 5 minutes.
yeah, there's a Frostbind.
All right, make him work for it. I respect it.
Yeah, more than enough cards in hand. All right, so while they are finishing up, being good players, uh, let's take a look at their sideboards. We get some extra time here.
Yeah. I think there's some interesting choices in the sideboards. At the very least, there is a safeguard amulet in Lewis's sideboard that I think he's definitely going to want to have access to. Um, I think something like Title Sweep maybe not the biggest of deals, although we could see the sort of Seeking come back in. Just to
Yeah,
avoid this the innervate agility problems that we have had. Might also see the Excalibur, but based on how this game went, never even made it to alternate level 3. So a little bit difficult to say one way or the other.
yeah, I think it's unlikely we see that second Excalibur come in. But I agree with everything else. I think sort of seeking, as well as safeguard amulet for sure. We're taking a Song of Frost. I was just wondering. Yeah, they're currently 2 Song of Frost
Uh,
in Mordred's deck, so those will likely just come out.
yeah, almost assuredly.
All right.
Meanwhile, from Judas's side, there's a couple of raccoons in the board, which might find their
Oh,
way in, given how much Lewis cares about the graveyard here.
yeah, I think we'll definitely see raccoons. Obscure Offering, I could see making its way in.
Absolutely. You
Uh,
do need to protect that crucible.
yeah, yeah, maybe a little less greedy on the first go. Uh,
Maybe.
Only a little bit. Only unless you're a
Yeah.
greedy man. Unless you're a greedy little gremlin boy like me, and you just play anywhere.
I honestly, everything in this board looks like it has the potential to be useful. Potion of Healing isn't
Yeah.
bad. Unbroken Mustang against all of these zero cost swords. Ensnaring Fumes to deal with some of the more annoying stealth attackers. But I think the most important stuff, like you were saying, is the Obscured Offering, and then probably also the Protector Raccoon. And the
Yes,
rest can,
you're right.
come in if there's room, if there's cards that he feels like aren't going to be important in the matchup. Maybe he can swap them in for like a Spell Shield Wind or something like that. But I think for the most part, the raccoons and the offering is definitely going to be the biggest deal.
Yeah, I think I could see the special win coming in just because you did have that, potentially surprising turn there with the Savage, uh, not Savage Slash, sorry, with
Sudden scale, yeah.
the Sudden Steel, yeah. So just being able to protect yourself there, but I
Mhm,
mean,
mhm.
Wind already, Wind in general, and then Razor Gale specifically does carry quite a lot of protection. So
It's true. You can only get smacked in the face for 5 or 7 so many times before you start playing the cards that prevent that from happening.
I think honestly, even seeing like one raccoon here is just it's gonna be for better or worse, even without your sensor, it's gonna slow down Mordred quite a lot.
I think so. I think so. Yeah, and Mordred has already shown that he's not moving that fast, right? He's got a lot of tools to take advantage of value in his deck, but if you are kind of dirtling with value, then you're not killing your opponent. And the longer you don't kill Razor Gale, that's just more opportunities for Razor Gale to kill you. You kind of have to think of this deck as an aggro deck, and you can't just sit back and gain some, go to level 3 in your own time. You really do have to make sure that you are engaging with your opponent's game plan or cutting them off at the knees and killing them first. Otherwise, you're really not going to have much of a chance.
Yeah, I think unfortunately because of all the attacks that you've loaded the deck with, there aren't very many allies. And your best ally is Frostborn Paladin at a
Mhm.
potential 3/4, but otherwise you're just striking in with a little 1/1 or well 1 power. They're not necessarily 1/1s, but uh, like you said, you want to be proactive with not only your leveling but also your attacks, so you can actually do things at both of your level threes.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see a little bit more consistency out of Lewis's deck this time around, right? If
Yeah.
we can get another sudden steal out, if we can start seeing more of those attacks, like maybe not every turn, that's probably a little unrealistic, but more of those attacks coming into Judas's face, then that might actually make the difference. Like I was saying before, you get hit for 5 enough times, and that's kind of the game. You can't just shrug
Yeah.
this off for too long.
Yeah, only one champion likes that, and yeah, we'll see if we see them uh,
Yeah, not a lot
this
of Jin around these
this
days.
stream. No, he loves it. He loves it. Hit him in the face.
There's a reason his cards are all deep dark red.
Ooh, Gale Stream Insight. All right.
Oh, heck yeah.
Actually I really like this card. Uh, when it first came out, people were like, because I remember that was sort of when Razor Gale was ascendant, and people were like, do they really need another card to find
Mhm.
their Razor Gale?
Yeah, I mean, it does find any spell, and this deck definitely runs a lot of spells. So you
Mhm.
have a lot of options
Oh,
in terms of cards that you can pull out with the Gale Stream Insight. And it does dig really deeply, but it's also a little bit pricey. Like paying 4 for it here means you're not doing much else with your turn, and the Razor Gale deck can't really afford to dirtle around too much before it starts playing Razor Gales and moving forward a little bit more aggressively.
yeah. Mordred taking a turn off here with our dummy trainer, just
Mhm.
grabbing an extra card. So, but no, I agree. Razor Gale, you do need to get that plan moving because once again, you have at most 19 life. No matter how much protection you have, if they keep hitting you, you're gonna run out of cards.
Yup.
So, but yeah, actually, as a Razor Gale player, seeing your opponent take a turn off if you don't have Razor Gales in hand, or well, you do have that Fairy Whisperer, so I guess we'll see, right? If you can just find that first Razor Gale, you're off
Mhm.
to the races.
Yeah,
But do
he's
you come
already
up?
dug 6 deep with
Yeah,
with the
oh,
previous spell that we
he's
saw.
likely to see it.
Mhm.
But seeing your opponent take a turn off, if you don't see something with that Fairy Whispers, do you think you would also take the turn off? Maybe grab your ring as opposed, or do you feel that we need to be Arisana as soon as possible to get that Essence Crucible going?
No, I actually really think that the point of playing this card was less about digging through his deck and more about getting cards into his memory. Like, he really does
Mm,
need to go to Arisana as soon as possible.
mm. All right.
Being Arisana gives you the cheaper Razor Gale plays. It turns on your potions in a way that you just don't have access to otherwise, and it allows you to then bring out Essence Crucible, and you don't want to be delaying that for too long either.
Yeah, I think the older Razor Gale style with Kong Ming could hang out at Spirit sometimes, right? If you didn't actually have your Bagua in hand or anything. But this one, there's so many things that would say Arisana bonus. It's got to be
Mhm.
Arisana, and you want those herbs as soon as possible so that you can brew your potions. The potions give so much benefit to the deck. So, no, I agree completely. Just being able to level up. And yeah, sending a Fairy Whispers to the Banish. We have our dummy token there. That is a blank or an unsleeved Green Archive card.
Oh, love it.
And yeah, previously from the Mortgage side, we saw a Savage Slash. So floating memory in the grave, but only after we level up. So almost certainly going to see a level up into level 1 Mordred on that side. Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, I think much like the Razor Gale deck, you can't hang out on Spirit for too long here. And I suspect actually the part of the reason of no, the training dummy was just a card draw, so moved
Yeah.
directly in, had the attack, and able to put some cards into his memory in order to be able to level up here.
Mm. Yeah. And I can, of course, see, you get a drenching finish.
Uh-huh,
A
uh-huh.
flourish. And yeah. No, it is Finnish. It is Finnish. Oh man, I gotta learn. There's so many new cards in RDO. There's so many cards in RDO. Actually,
Yeah,
like
that's
opening
very
this
true.
set. Yeah, every time I opened a pack, I was like, I need to try to memorize all these cards as I go through, and there's so many, which is really really fun. But as a caster, I'm like, oh boy, I'm gonna say the
Yeah.
wrong card.
No, it's a lot to pay attention to. Drenching Finish does seem like kind of the perfect open, right? Training dummy into Drenching Finish in order to hopefully the Drenching Finish isn't like class bonus or anything. Oh, it is. It's a class bonus on
It's
you
a
can't
class
even do
bonus.
that on
Yeah,
Spirit. Oh no.
yeah. I think you just send your Savage Slash. Have it be floating for later.
Yeah, that
Or
makes
of
a lot of
course, they're
sense.
Mordred. All right. Well, we do have that one floating. So if we have a paladin, actually, now's not a bad time, especially because we do know that our opponent is running a sensor.
Yeah, you kind of want to take advantage of that float the moment you get it. Although I think Judas is going to be proactive with that sensor regardless, knowing that Mordred level 2 activates all of your attacks as float. That's not a thing that Judas
Mhm.
can just sit behind and just sit around and let happen.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. This is a sudden steal. So, all
Pretty
right.
big hit
I'll take the
here.
5. Yeah. And that was actually off the Mordred level 1 as well. So,
Mhm.
seeing that off the top and getting to play this turn.
Yeah, so plussing off of Mordred. That's great. Honestly, Mordred level 1 is really strong if you compare sort of the value of what you're getting to other level 1s, right? Like the on enter
Mhm.
being almost draw a card is really really strong compared to, what you're seeing off of other level 1s most of the time.
Yeah, and I think the inherited effect is, it's very good. It plays into what Mordred is having to do, especially at sort of like you mentioned, like the speed, right? Your tempo
Mhm.
is to try to level up every turn because at a certain point, you're going to have your 2 level 3s that you want to see. So
Yeah. And
getting things
going
switched.
back and forth between those with the way the Luxem level 3D levels you, and then going back up to it from your level 3 in order to draw 2 extra cards is really a lot of not tempo, but a lot of velocity, right? You get to go through a
Mm.
lot of your deck, you'll get to find all of your attacks, and you'll really be able to take advantage of them.
We do have that Essence Crucible out. and with 2 herbs, we can begin to brew and perhaps see our Essence Crucible actually come online. Fortunately, not a Razor Gale yet, although we might see it.
Could be.
This could be with 2 and the Cleric. Okay, no, Imperial Alchemist. That's totally fine. Actually, so yeah, we had mentioned this card before. It just on enter you get to gather, which is great, right? And then if you brew a potion, you get to put a buff counter on it, so it can slowly grow. And one thing is, depending on what allies come out and how many potions are brewed, Mordred himself might need to take care of that Imperial Alchemist if it gets too big.
That's true. And this could easily be with the Crucible out. This is the perfect time to start brewing some more cards. So if we see a distilled water here, if we see a speed potion here, that's
Whoa.
whoa. Okay.
Okay.
I think we found the aggressive version of this deck.
Yeah. Let's go, allies. Just 2 Imperial. Yeah. Man, if the last cards in hand are just
Are they both potions?
I hope that'd be cool. 2 distilled waters,
Yes.
1 distilled water. There we
Yes.
go. Distilled
It's
water. Let's go.
happening. Oh, this is going to be
Some
so
buff
many buff
counters on
counters on
there.
all these idiots.
All right, distilled water. One of the new cards. If you've been playing Pantheon, you saw that in the deck, but also just in the set. Very very cool. So it is norm. Not going to activate the Razor Gale, but it brews for 1 herb. Just any herb. Oh, we did. Yeah, 2 of them. Brews
Yep.
for brews for 1 herb, and if you sacrifice it, if it was brewed, you get to draw a card. Otherwise, it does play for 0. I don't know if you'd ever do that, but pretty cool.
Are we
So
also
2
getting a
buff
speed
counters
potion
there.
here?
No. Oh, we are.
Well,
Wow,
this is everything a Razor Gale deck could have possibly wanted,
that's
with the
fantastic.
exception of a Razor Gale.
Well, maybe we'll see here that Razor Gale decks, they don't need Razor Gale.
Maybe,
It's a
yeah. I
crutch.
mean, I guess if you're attacking with multiple 4/6s, you're probably in an okay place.
No deck has ever wanted that. So it's
Yeah, 2 4/6 allies on the board, and maybe the spell damage doesn't matter quite as much at this point. This is certainly not the aggressive start that I'm sure Judas was expecting, but at the same time, he is happy to receive what the universe is willing to give him.
oh, definitely. You give 3 counters on Essence Crucible as well. You can sacrifice your Distilled Water to draw cards back up. So yeah, this is a very very good start, and of course, Speed Potion sticking around for that agility whenever we probably need to just finish the game. Erendite coming out. Oh,
I, this
okay.
is this is so funny to me that Judas is just leaving the potions on the board with 1 card in hand, just as like, no, I only have 1 card in hand. What could I possibly do? When he is ready to draw 2 cards at a moment's notice in order to innervate agility. I'm almost positive that's an innervate agility in hand.
Yeah, that's fair. I was gonna say like having those potions out is a little bit of influence trickery there for your
Mhm.
opponent. Erendite coming out just 1 floating memory, I believe. I
I
saw. That's
think
interesting
only
because
the
there
1
are
floating memory. Yeah.
that's super interesting because there are more than 1 floating memory in the grave there. I believe there were 3, in fact. Or no, well, no, there, yeah, 3. Because Savage Slash.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the Mordred level 1 means that he doesn't have the turning all of his attacks into extra floating memory. And it
Yeah.
does take a float in order to bring out Erendite to begin with.
Oh, I get.
So,
Okay, so it was 2, and then they've left 1 there. Okay. So yeah, Erendite, a card that almost certainly just made for Mordred, right?
mhm.
Being able to banish floating memory to get refinement counters, all kinds of counters we have in this game. But you get a +2 power for each refinement counter. So it's a 3/2 sword. Dungeon Guide?
Yep. And this is good, I think. If Lewis feels like he's going to have any kind of hope of fighting back here, he's definitely going to need a bigger health pool in order to do it from. And spending the 2 cards from the dungeon guide in order to go to level 2, maybe not ideal from a value standpoint, but he's got to get moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Are there 4 cards left in hand? Okay. Well, okay, yeah, oh, no, we did level up this turn. So in fact, this drenching finish is free.
Yup. So this is not a huge hit, but a little bit of damage. And it does get another attack into the yard. Given that he is level 2 now, he might actually have turned on enough float to just go to level 3 on his next turn without worrying about it.
Yeah. That being said, I foresee a sensor of Restful Peace on the next
Oh, man.
materialization.
For sure. There is no question. And now, as
Oh,
Lewis,
all
you are
lands mixed
faced
up.
with, do I deal with the sensor or do I deal with the Essence Crucible? Because either of those staying on the board means you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah. And so, yeah, actually, the sword as well, the dungeon guide, as well as the attack, going into one of our Imperial Alchemists before they can grow any larger. Interesting ring. Okay.
Oh.
Just accelerating.
The Grand Crusader's ring, definitely interesting here. I think that means that Judas feels like he has the win. Because if he is not
Yeah.
worried about Lewis's game plan at all, this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Four going in. So that's, I mean, there's three extra cards that could go into influence as well as agility three at the end of
Hmm.
turn.
Yeah, if he has the Razor Gale, he's probably in a pretty good place here.
12 more
Um,
life left to go. Yeah, I'm super interested. It's not a there's not a cleansing reunion in there, is there? Let's see.
Scout the land.
No, okay, okay.
Still looking, still digging.
Uh, Perhaps, let's see. If you have two Tempest Downfalls, that is
Mhm.
enough as well, even without anything, due to your Essence Crucible. So that
That's
could be a,
true. Each of the Tempest Downfall is going to deal an additional 3 damage here, coming in for 6
yeah,
apiece.
all this influence.
Finally
Yeah,
cashing in the GCR and those potions for a few extra cards.
yeah. 2, 3, 6,
What is the plan?
7,
I mean, this GCR
7.
materialize really indicates a very aggressive line, not really trying to interfere with Lewis's game plan at all. So I'm curious to see what he's got in his hand and what's going to come out here. Yet
Okay.
another scout line still digging.
This okay. So, yeah. What are we digging for, Jim?
I mean, this has
This
to
is
be digging for
interesting.
Razor Gale. I can't imagine that there's
Yeah.
anything
Okay.
else that he's trying to dig for here. Another Imperial Alchemist would be a little bit late to the party. Any more
Yeah.
potions would be like nice to have, but with what herbs? And
Mhm.
he's got to get something going on. And the only real action in the deck is Razor Gale at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. Two. Okay. Yep. There's one of our
All right.
ratios.
Finally found a Razor Gale. He might also have been digging for some more defense. Maybe he feels like he doesn't need to materialize his defense if he's going to find like a Veiling Breeze or something.
Hmm. That's true. Your opponent, one, two, three, four, maybe. You don't know their whole material deck. Maybe five,
Mhm.
influence next turn if they have enough floating to go to three. Yeah, maybe you're not. Maybe you're just looking to hold on one more turn.
Yeah.
Right? The attack.
You
Oh,
know,
gotta be a
yeah,
failing.
it's a fascinating approach. I definitely think we're leveling up into 3 though. Like there's no the whole point of Mordred level 2 is to give you the float to get into Mordred level 3. Like that has to be the next move.
Yeah, let's see it. It's got to be Mordred Faded Luminary, I believe, is the name of the next one.
Oh no, just going into the Drawn Blade.
Oh, okay.
So cashing in one of his attacks in order to draw an extra card. So getting some more swords on the board, getting some more ability to attack here, getting a little bit more in terms of card draw, seeing a few more cards deeper into his deck, building up the influence a little bit, but not turning this into anything particularly strong offensively. He does need to find 12 damage in order to knock Judas out of the game. And even then, it feels likely that Judas is going to have some kind of defense here.
Yeah, with all that digging, I would definitely not be surprised if there's a Veiling Breeze as well as one of the last two cards in hand, especially considering they did not use their speed potion for agility.
Absolutely. But we are seeing a Lake
Oh,
Reaving
Lake
Chill
Weaving
come down.
Chill.
So this is what we were missing last game. This will at least put
Mhm.
paid to the Essence Crucible for now.
It's got to be. Yeah, so this card is pretty cool, I think. For three, item or weapon link. Linked object loses all abilities and cannot be used for an attack. So shutting off weapons, of course.
Mhm.
I think it's neat that it's a Fantasia. So especially with a decent amount of, I think, I think a lot of people are sideboarding, if not mainboarding, some Fantasia hate. So it's not an unsurmountable card, but adding to any Fantasia strategy, I think is really cool.
Yeah, I think the Fantasia hate is a really good idea. Seeing the power of these Razor Gale decks, given the fears of people playing into fractals or even potentially some of Merlin's new abilities, there's a lot of Fantasias going around that you might want to be able to deal with. Yeah,
Let's
and
yeah,
there's that Veiling Breeze.
there's the Veiling.
Only
Right.
one damage here, since the Essence Crucible has been denied its abilities. But depending on how much we reveal, this is potentially a lot of protection.
Uh, well, is the Veiling Breeze in response to this like Reaving Chill?
It looks like the Veiling Breeze is after the attack because the
After?
Dungeon Guide
Oh,
is
the attack.
coming in,
Okay,
dealing
yeah,
a
yeah.
point of damage. And then we have Lewis's Champion coming in as well. Although I'm not sure if there's an attack card associated with it. I think he's just coming in with one of the swords.
Yeah. I guess I was just yeah, I'm interested in this Veiling Breeze because it's not you don't need to prevent very much.
Mhm.
So let's see what cards we reveal. Should be another Veiling, a Tempest, and a Cyclical. Okay.
Well, Tempest Downfall plus Cyclical Breeze is certainly a lot of damage here.
Yeah. Especially being that we did not level up, so still only 12 to go.
Should be one
Tempest,
damage now from the Veiling Breeze, but
yeah, 12 by its.
speaking as a Razor Gale player, it is very easy to not deal Razor Gale damage.
Nope, there's our sensor.
There's the sensor. Yeah, I expected this last turn. Now it seems like an appropriate time as well, since there are still attacks left in Lewis's graveyard that you definitely do not want him to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, especially with them going that turn for the drawn blade. Don't let them gain any more life. Just try to
Hmm.
finish it here.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
let's see.
So
We have
let's see.
three with
With the
the
Tempest,
Alchemist. We have
yeah, how
four.
much damage do we have, right? If we have Tempest Downfall is 4 damage with a Razor Gale out, a Cyclical
Mhm.
Breeze another 1, and then the Tempest Downfall again is another
Tempest
4.
again. Yeah.
So 9 damage off of those, which given
Yeah.
the 4 damage hit from the ally already in play, that is actually lethal if he has the influence for it. I'm
Mhm.
so used to Tempest Downfall being free. Does it cost 3?
It costs 3. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, cost 3 if you don't have the mage bonus for it, which means 4 influence, 3 more for the cyclical breeze, another 4 for another tempest downfall, -1 because you're getting it back from the graveyard. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 influence
Mhm.
to do double tempest downfall.
Uh,
Well, we're
2,
seeing one of them.
1 pickup, and then you agility at the end.
Oh, the agility will do it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the speed potion value, he definitely
Yeah.
has everything
We
he
should put
needs.
it. Oh no, he just had the extra tempest. He didn't need it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, or just tempest twice. Sure. I accept.
Yeah, there we go. That's gonna close
All
that one
right.
out, which
Well,
is fine.
just
Yeah,
as they
overtime.
move into overtime, Judas finding
Yeah.
the Tempest downfall he needs in order to close out the game. Very powerful plays from this Razor Gale deck, and some very interesting ones from the Mordred deck. I mean, I like the way that this Mordred deck plays. This looks a little bit upgraded from the Recollection deck, although I think there's potentially some more tweaks that need to be made. But it looks like it has some power there. It definitely looks like it has some strong attacks and some really interesting utility cards. So I want to see more of this deck after people have worked on it a little bit more after a few more tweaks into it.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely interested in Mordred. I think a big thing for Mordred is that push pull between how many attacks you're willing to have and how many allies or water's absolutely fantastic actions. Right? There's so many water things that are stable. Fracturize, of course. Frostbine's in this, but you are level 3 deck, so we can see engulf, of course, and yeah, I mean it's that push pull, but also it is the tempo of when you go to level up. So seeing that we didn't level up into level 3 on that one turn, I wonder if the game could have been different. Basically, if we could have turned it around, especially because
Yeah,
it would have been free. We would have had 4 influence. That's fine, and then yeah.
yeah, it definitely seems like there's a lot of options, a lot of different ways to play the deck, right? So you gotta really be careful with your strategy when you have this many different ways to use all of the cards that are available to you. So
Mhm.
definitely a deck I would be happy to see in a future round. But that is going to be the end of this round. I think we already went a little bit long. So
Yeah.
what we're going to do is we're going to throw to a quick break here. And we'll be back. I will be joined with Lineage Break Joy Boy for round two. So looking forward to that. Thank you, PCal, for hanging out, and I'll
Yeah.
see you back for round three, I think. But
Yeah.
thank you all for joining us here at the TCG Online Weekly. We'll be back at you with round two in a little bit.
Yeah. See you soon.
Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly, brought to you by True Champion Gaming and Serene Balanced Productions. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me in the booth is Lineage Break Joy Boy. Adi, how you doing? How you feeling?
I'm doing amazing. I'm excited. This is my first time casting RDO. We've been playing a little bit, so I'm excited. I'm hyped to see what people are playing, how the meta's kind of developing. So I'm hyped. I'm hyped.
That's super cool. What decks do you like going into this new meta? Do you have a particular favorite?
What decks do I like, or what decks do I think will be good? Because those are two
Oh,
different.
definitely the first one.
Yeah.
Definitely the
Okay.
first one.
Well, Nico, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. Um, and I think Goja's ultimate is like genuinely broken. So anything that has anything that plays that card, particularly I'm a mill player, so uh Genbu is what I lean towards, but I think that
Mm.
card is really, really strong. So Nico and Genbu is what I've been playing so far.
All right, all right. I understand. You like putting cards in your opponent's graveyard. That's fair.
That's for sure true.
Yeah, I saw that Fire Nico was kind of starting to make a splash
You
near
know
the end of
what
the previous
actually?
season.
Thanks for bringing that up because I did play Fire Nico towards the end of last season and a little bit at the beginning of this season as well. Actually, after we got some of the new RDO cards,
Mhm.
I think that deck is actually pretty good. Like, I don't know how good it will be after RDO. I haven't fully dived into it, but it turns out like casting Creative Shock, activating Creative Shock in a deck that is like almost half float is just good. Like you can just do that. You can blind it if you want, really. Like you're so set to hit so often that you can blind it again, like if you want.
Yeah, no,
Also, you
I
get access to reduce the ash, which is so good. Oh my god.
yeah, I'm fully here for Fire Nico. That deck seems like it has a lot of potential and a lot of gas. So
Yeah.
I think I think it's one of those decks that needs to be, kind of built up a little bit, kind of seeing it in its first form near the end of the previous season. So if it's going to go anywhere, I think it still has some room to grow.
Yeah.
But definitely one of the kind of standouts, like, oh, I wonder if this will go anywhere kind of decks from the previous
Yeah.
season.
I'm definitely gonna still play it and see how it feels afterwards. I'm not particularly a fire player per se, but it is Nico, and I will play her in any form. So I'll do that. I did have some times where like I turn my opening hand, and because you're not playing like a Serene Spirit, you like you you draw your opening hand and it's all water, and you're like, I will materialize this backup charger and pray that I draw a fire card this time. So you do run into those issues, but it was pretty consistent otherwise.
Yeah, it does seem like the deck is potentially prone to bricking. I think the what I talked to Joe Faccia a little bit about it, the sort of godfather of Nico, and he
Yeah,
was playing around with it a little bit at Sent Los Angeles, and he said the deck was bricky, which,
yeah,
like, I respect that. Has some
yeah.
power
I
to it, but
definitely
also
felt that a
has,
little bit. Yeah,
yeah, so some room to get stuck. Um, but yeah, I just like I said before, it's one of those decks that I think has the possibility to go places,
yeah,
and definitely an interesting approach to deck building, like something that we haven't really seen too much of. So that always
yeah.
tickles me.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many of the sort of like, dual basic element stuff. We obviously see like horses and taxes and stuff like that, and we've seen a little bit of like water vanitas and stuff like this. So, it's cool to see more of that kind of gameplay for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've been on the lookout for ways to kind of manipulate that a little bit. Like, I think the idea of a Water Vanitas deck has some scary potential. It might not be good, but it's definitely going to be annoying to play against, and that's maybe the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean that's I feel like that's every time someone wants to play Vanitas, it's always like, how can I be the most annoying, like the most taxing, the most like so many things. That's like what they go for. But we
Yeah,
do have
absolutely.
some gameplay coming up here. Going quickly over the deck list, we have Water Aetherwing Diana versus Poro on Water Neo's Tony. You know, Poro plays Tony. Everyone knows this.
Poro
I'm
sure does
interested
play
to
Neos.
see. I'm I'm interested to see how Water Diana plays now with the Capcom Coda song, Carp Song Coda ban.
Mhm.
We'll see how that goes. I don't think it kills the deck, obviously. But it is interesting, especially against something like Tony that has a lot of particularly combat prevention.
Mhm.
We'll see how well it does.
Yeah, I mean, one of the concerns with the deck is always just like when you only have one attack pattern, it's easier to defend against, and it definitely
Right.
removes some of the high roll potential. But the most important thing right now is the Academy guide that is on the board for Poro.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like we went straight oh yeah, Diana Haunt only does 2 damage unless it does get pretty big, but
Mhm.
you do need to make her ranged.
Yeah, one of the cooler distortion allies, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, is this a foil Fractal of Waves? That card is so expensive, I feel like. It was so expensive at release. I don't know if it's come down any, but man.
Yeah, so the free materialization to level 1, thanks to that Academy guide. Bringing out the Fractal of Waves here, swinging in with the Academy guide, 1 point going on to our Diana player. And now moving into this famous second turn for Diana.
Yeah.
Going to level 1 off of something. Oh, not even going to level 1. Okay, so this actually tells me that Malix is in a kind of a uncomfortable place here. This is a little bit of a bricky start. You don't really want to be going to backup charger on your first materialize. So this is a much slower start, I think, than our Diana player was looking for.
Yeah, definitely. I think pretty much everyone that is playing a Water Diana list wants to have a distant enabler so that when you go to your turn, you can go to level 1 and then get your Aqua Mirage Whisper, which is so crucial in this deck. Not doing that does spell some unfortunate hand, but we do have a Storm of Thorns in reaction to the Diana swinging. We have a Cerulean Decree imbued to negate that card. We are showing 2 Frostborn Paladins and a Tactical Retreat. Unfortunately, Cerulean Decree does in fact not go to the banish, so he does
Hmm.
still get to use that float to level for free because of the Academy guide. So Poro right now is really starting off on a strong foot here. If we have a dungeon guide, this is like almost exact perfect gameplay.
Yeah, this is.
And there
Oh,
it
there it is.
is.
Such a streamlined
Yeah.
start for Poro here,
And you get
spending
to
no
control
extra
your
resources. Oh,
banish.
that's so good, yeah. Spending no extra resources on level 1, spending only the 1 float in order to go to level 2 because of the Academy Guide, and using Dungeon Guide to go to level 3, knowing exactly what you're going to banish, drawing some extra cards off of the Fractal of Waves here. God, this is
Yeah,
amazing.
this is like almost exactly what you want to see. Like he's already level 3. He's taken 4 out of 30 damage. And he does like you influence usually like when you turbo this quickly, you don't have a ton of influence, but like 5 influence going up to level 3 is totally fine, especially once you start getting your board set up. Tony does get to recruit a lot of influence back by playing uh Neo Sight and stuff like that.
Mhm. Yeah, and Poro honestly showing greater skill than a lot of streamed Grand Archive players, bringing out Lost Providence immediately.
Yeah.
This is so easy to
Yeah.
forget,
Better than me. Man, am I bad at it. Oh my
right?
god. I was playing Wind Ari one time and I didn't activate it for 5 turns in a row. And I
Oh
I was
no.
I was beside myself. I could not believe that I was so bad.
Well, we are seeing Malix getting the turn that he was looking for, probably on the previous turn now. Going distant with that backstep, and then bringing out Diana level 1, as well as Aqua Mirage Whisper. So setting up for potentially a big attack here, and actually getting at least one. I'm not sure if that was a Prudent Knock or Etheric Calibration, something card neutral into his Ether Wing.
I,
Yeah.
I believe it was a Prudent Knock.
Yeah, that's always nice to see. So coming in for 1, 2, plus 1 more from the distant is 3 damage here, which is going to allow him to glimpse 4 and set up for his next turn, which is going to be a pretty big deal.
Yeah. We might even see a Crystalline Archer with the float that you hopefully mill from this glimpse uh, to get in a little bit more damage. But we'll see how much damage we can put on the board before Poro sort of, sets up his fort of Neo's element cards. Right, we
Yeah.
get pretty wide pretty quickly once we're level 3.
Yeah, there are some absurd cards potentially coming out of this Neos deck between the Iron Halo and
Yeah.
Atmos Armor type Ares, and I don't want to ever be on the other side of that many Neos cards, I
Yeah,
don't think.
I was gonna say, have you seen some of the new Neos cards? Have you paid attention to any of them?
A little bit here and there. I think there's something in my head that just every time I see a Neos card, I'm like, oh, cool, a Neos card, and then
Yeah,
just wipes it from my mind.
that's fair. Yeah, my my co-host Steve, he's a known Neos lover. We've been playing a lot on the Grand Archive sandbox, and some of the new Neos cards, you just look at them and you're like, what? What? Why? What card? Why'd they make that card?
Why did they make that
Yeah.
card indeed? All right, well, we're moving on from the Frostborn Paladin that Malix has gotten out on the field. So actually a decent amount of aggression here between the Diana ally and Frostborn Paladin and a couple of hits. 12 damage marked on Poro already. That's, if he wasn't level 3 with 30 health, I'd be a little bit more worried for him.
Yeah,
Moving
definitely.
into Obelisk of Armaments for his champion trigger. So definitely getting ready to bring out a lot of scary tokens.
Yeah, definitely. This is interesting. I feel like most people go with the armament, the obelisk of protection first to get a little bit of, protection. But going for the great sword here is pretty indicative of the amount of damage we can do.
Yeah, so is Poro in this situation kind of seeing, that's the question. Okay, so this is actually a defensive greatsword going after the allies, trying to get rid of that Frostborn Paladin, trying to protect his rapidly, honestly, dwindling life total. Is that an evasive maneuvers? Oh no. Okay, so maybe saving the Frostborn Paladin here is Malix? That is a pretty wild play, keeping this board in the face of all these powerful cards that Poro is potentially playing.
Ooh. Atmos, this I believe is Atmos type Ares or
It's just Poro to be playing all of the CSRs.
yeah.
Well, I don't
Ooh.
think the evasive maneuvers alone is going to be enough if or or frozen dismissal. Wow, Malix is
Yeah.
really just getting everything he needs in order to keep on the aggression here. It's kind of surprising to see.
Yeah, we did. We're stifling a lot of Poro's game plan as well as establishing our own. So we might actually, we always say 30 is a lot of life, but we might get there. We might get there sooner than we thought. We don't have that much protection on Poro's board. He has a couple cards in hand, but we do have at least 5 damage represented on the board. Then we have the Aether Wing as well. So we'll see if we can get through there.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that all of the powerful cards that Poro kind of is building up to, right? The whole point of going to level 3 here, being able to play these powerful Neos cards, but not quite materializing in time to really defend against this very, very aggressive board on Malix's side, right? Being able to keep your allies alive in this situation, being able to keep this very offensive board state, seems like it's going to go a long way.
Yeah, we do see the Terrafring coming in from Poro though, so we
Yeah,
do
the
have to. I
Terrafing
believe we
from
do have
Poro
to
is
pay
definitely
2
going to
for
save him a
this.
lot of damage, and I think
Yep.
Malek's not quite remembering. Yeah, every time, like, oh no, that cost 2. Okay, well, 2 more going down.
Yeah, definitely. We do have a new card from RDO, Quick Step Treads. I think this card came out, and a lot of people were kind of worried about how the card, about the card itself. It does read pretty strong. We are not distant currently, so it is not currently turned on, but it is just a protective trinket as long as your champion is distant. So,
Yeah, it seems pretty
pretty strong.
powerful. Yeah, it makes it hard for your opponent to interact with your game plan, which is kind of exactly what you want in an aggressive deck, typically these aggressive decks not as worried about what their opponent is doing and more worried about making sure that what they're doing can go uninteracted with. But in this case, stuff like Frozen Dismissal, stuff like Cerulean Decree, Malik's definitely playing a more sort of interaction focused, more utility than I would expect from a typical Diana Aetherwing deck. And maybe that is because of the loss of Carpsong Coda. Just that's the adjustment that they're making, is making sure that their opponent can't interact, turning into more of a traditional water deck.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I've seen very many people play something like Frozen Dismissal in the or in the main board. Uh, Definitely a frequently sideboarded card, but putting it in the main, at least as a couple copies, I haven't seen too much of. Definitely not in a water aggro list like this one. So I do think that this might be an indication of sort of how the deck is developing after the Carpson Coda loss.
Yeah, we were starting to see Diana Haunt Reminiscence come in a little bit at Ascent Los Angeles. So seeing a little bit more of that, seeing a little bit more of an ally presence, and more of like ways to keep the board, kind of moving almost into a water allies with Aetherwing support direction. Seems like it could be a really neat avenue for this deck going forward.
Yeah.
But of course, now we have a million shields. So how does Malix break through this?
Yep. I mean, this is exactly what I meant by Poro building his fort. We have the Obelisk of Protection, we have the Atmos types Ares, which will then make the Atmos shields. Which these are like so hard to get through so often. Oh, is this a Blade of Creation here?
Oh boy, that is already a lot of tokens on the field.
Yeah.
And cleaving for 4 ain't bad. That's one thing I know about cleaves for 4s.
I would agree. I would agree. It does in fact kill both of the allies on Malix's board, but we do have I believe this is Song of Frost. This is an art for Song of Frost. There's so many art. There's so many
Yeah,
different
there's
arts.
a lot of multiple arts. This could very well be a Song of Frost. I don't think it's. Let me look through. Does that remind me of anything else that I can see in his list? It's a Frostbind. Okay,
Oh, okay. So there's a Frostbind.
which does work against the cleave.
Yep.
As long as he doesn't have the influence to play for it, which is a little surprising to me. I guess it's after he'd already done everything else on this turn. So many cards were down, even if he's playing it for almost free, still has to have a little bit of influence built up.
Yep. Definitely. We are at 15, so we can push a little bit more damage here. We'll see if we can get there. We do have so much protection on Poro's side, though. We have the Obelisk of Protection. We have the Atmos shields. 30 life.
30 life is a lot to get through. Like any aggressive deck that's sitting here and being like, okay, yeah, I'm going to kill you before you get your game plan online. Oh, wait, you have 30 life. Like that's definitely a little bit of a stumbling block.
Yeah. Not only just a 30 life at level 3, but 25 life at level 2 is also really hard to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of swords on this board. Lots of tokens on Poro's side. And on Malik's side, we have the Frostborn Paladin. A lot of cards down right now, so not really a lot that we can do in Recollection. Still thinking about the material, but the Frostborn Paladin is at least the start of an aggressive game plan, and Ranger Strides potentially the continuation of an aggressive game plan. If Poro doesn't have the ability to react to anything right now, 15 damage looks a lot easier to manage when you're suddenly getting an extra 4 off of your Materialize.
Definitely. Definitely. We do have to get through those Atmos shields first, because you can redirect your attacks.
Leave the Atmos shield. Oh, yeah. Whenever another Neos element unit you control is targeted for an attack, you can change the target to the shield. So, gonna have to chew through those first, just like you said, which is gonna cost Malix a little bit of time. Unfortunately, not really able to get that aggression quite as strongly right now. Although Poro looks like Poro is just letting the attack through here. So, Malix attacking for face, getting 3 damage onto Poro. And no? Oh, okay. So that was attack going into the shield. There we go. That makes more sense.
Yeah. That makes sense. You should clear the shield while you can.
Mm-hmm. And even though they are O2s, you definitely want to get them out of the way before you go for any bigger attacks. So this makes a lot of sense coming from Alex here. We're probably going to see Diana also swing into that other shield just to get it out of the way, dealing a little bit of damage here.
Yep. And it does seem like we do get rid of it. This does also nerf the damage of Atmos type Ares because she does get more damage based on, I believe, allies called Atmos Shield or tokens called
Yes,
Atmos
yeah.
Shield specifically. Um, so
Yeah, so this attack brings her from a 3/5 to a 1/5, which is
yeah,
a little bit easier to deal with given that she doesn't have any of those dangerous defensive keywords.
yeah, definitely. But getting punched for one in the face is not, as threatening as three for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be a little bit more effort to knock out the paladin as well, given Malix's situation here. But spending just those 2 cards in order to bring out the ether charge, going into that last shield, and passing the turn with a bunch of cards up. So maybe setting up for a bigger ether wing attack on his next turn, or maybe just setting up to go distant and enable those quick step treads. I think there's a lot of options here on Malix's side.
Yep. And it looks like Poro is getting his sword once again. These are granted by the obelisk of armaments. We do have the last obelisk. The name escapes me actually currently.
We got armaments, fabrication, and
Fabrication.
protection. Yep.
Yes. This will make a 1/1 drone token and then give it a buff counter, so it'll be a 2/2.
And all of them, their abilities made cheaper by the number of tokens that you have on the board. So
Yep.
with 4 tokens currently on the board, the obelisk of protection is free already, and fabrication and armaments aren't going to be very far behind.
Yeah. It is the number of domains on the board.
Oh, domains. I misread. My mistake.
Yeah. So currently we have 3. Um so I believe it costs 1 to activate the protection one, or that one might be free already.
If the only domains on the board are the 3 token domains, then yeah, it'll cost 1 to activate protection.
Okay, yeah. That
But I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more domains coming down. It's not like the deck is short on them.
Yeah, I mean definitely. There's a lot of really good domains especially now. So we'll see the drone token here, put the buff counter on it.
Love the foil drone token.
And we are activating Reciprocity Dormigian's Call. You can activate this card as long as you have 2 or more domains and you are Tony. It is Tenoris bonus. And then you can remove their ability counter, negate the upkeep of 1 target trigger. Obviously your domains. And then make a automaton drone token as well.
And it looks like Poro is in this situation not worried so much about the upkeeps, but just wants to get those extra drones on the board. And that will make another Blade of Creation much cheaper to activate.
Yep. Can't negate this one. We have discounted it by quite a lot.
Yeah, big damage coming through here. This is going to wipe out the board.
This might be
Wait,
even
is
lethal.
he activating another Blade of Creation? Did I misread? This is
I
just a
believe.
lot of little dudes coming in.
Yeah.
Just going straight to face. It looks like Poro not concerned about the board at this point. Dealing damage to Malix directly. Malix, of course, all the way up at 17. So not a whole lot left in terms of their ability to survive this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can definitely leverage your life here as Poro. You have still 15 life to go. Malix only has two left to go. So unless we level up right now, we do have a refreshing charge here. This will recover 3, and it is float, so we could see this leveling up.
Yeah, it looks like Poro popped the power cell in order to get enough damage to clear the Frostworn Paladin. So I guess if he was not convinced that he could get through. Oh, okay. So the cleave did happen. I was wondering why the Frostworn Paladin was sitting there for so long. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, yeah. So after the cleave goes through, all the rest of the damage going straight to face. The The power cell being popped for an extra 2 damage on the Atmos type Ares attack, and the refreshing charge coming back down to save Malik's life.
Is this a cure? Oh my god, Curio Spalling Cleanse. This deck is so blinged out.
Poro! Oh, yeah, at that point, might as well. Poro just like, okay, well, I'm playing my cards. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, we have a very shall we say hurried clock on Malik's side right now. We're 2 damage away from dying, 17 damage away from killing Poro. We have protection on the board, which should negate 2 of them. We'll see how much we can push through. We did materialize a flash grenade to stave off some of the damage if we cannot actually get to that lethal number.
Mhm. Yeah, and any damage from Poro's side is going to be enough to kill. So Malik's, I feel like, needs to find 18 damage this turn if he wants to turn this game around. And there's very little possibility of doing that. I think that is extremely dangerous to go for here. A good start would be finding a Crystalline Archer here, you know, turning those that float into the graveyard into extra cards, into extra damage, maybe activating the Ranger Strides. So if he has that kind of start, maybe he's not that far away. The champion already distant. So with Ranger Strides on the champion, that's 1, 5, 6, 7 damage on the board already. So needs to find another 11 from hand, which I gotta say it, that's a tall order. That's going to be a lot of work to get there.
Yeah, and maybe even feeling a little bit of the nerf from the Caps on Quota ban as well, right? This with this much influence, if we have a you know, a frog in the graveyard, you could deal 12 damage very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Not that hard to play 2 Carps on Codas when your opponent isn't expecting them.
Right.
But here we go. Enough damage to put Poro at 19. So looking for 11 more damage somehow from hand and graveyard. What do we think Malix can find here? I mean, Crystalline Archer, obviously a great attacker. Frostborn Paladin, also a great attacker, if a little bit more expensive. But what other options does Malix have?
I mean, you can Diana Haunt gets decently big. Haunting Guys, I believe, gets decently big. Like you said, Crystalline Archer also pretty good. I just don't know if it'll be enough damage here.
Yeah, Crystalline Archer coming in for 4, still needs to find another 7 damage in order to close the game out. Diana Haunt Reminiscence plus a distant card is another 5. Could potentially find... Ooh, here's another Crystalline Archer. This might be exactly what he needs. 4 more damage coming in, popping another Floating Memory in order to draw another card. Only needs 3 more damage in order to close out the game. If he's got a Frostborn Paladin, he has the influence in order to play it. This is so close.
This is very, very close, but we do still have the Obelisk of Protection.
Oh, yeah. That's
Can we get through that?
Oh, can he get through it? That is a real question. Oh. It doesn't look like we're going to see the Paladin here. Or if we are, most likely the Paladin is going to stay awake, because I think Malix can read the board just as well as we can.
Yeah, I think this is your last chance here, right? You can either play a card, or you can keep a card. You can keep cards to go distant on Poro's turn to then activate the ability of your Flash Grenade to negate some damage. I just don't know if you'll negate enough damage.
Yeah, and that looks like what Malix has opted for. Passing the turn here, I think, with the movement of the distant counter. Waiting to see whether or not Poro has anything in the end step, or are we moving along? Honestly, for a deck that wants to go to level 3, for a deck that is doing all of these like really high-end Neos things, Poro moves pretty fast as a player. I gotta respect
yeah, I think it's just I think that's just what he plays. Oh, this is a bit of writing on the wall here. Archon Broadsword gets very, very, very big.
Yeah, the more tokens on the field, the more damage this card gets. So preventing 3 using the flash grenades, probably not going to be enough. Maybe with a tactical retreat, depending on how Poro decides to use his attacks. but more than likely we're going to see threatening lethal even. Oh yeah, there's just the dot already down. We're moving on.
Yep. I think if Poro uses their allies, it's gonna be the end of the game because the allies are gonna come in. You have to activate Flash Grenade or else you will die. And if you do, okay, so we have reposition. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
If you either make yourself distant and pop Flash Grenade, in which case Archon Broadsword will get through the damage, will get above the damage, or you tactical retreat, which then means that you can go distant, but you're only negating the end phase of one attack, and then you'll die to every other attack, or again the Archon Broadsword. So
Right.
writing on the wall for sure there.
Yeah, well, what a game. Honestly, Malik's got very, very close for the amount of health that he has to go through in order to turn a level 3 Guardian into a victory. But Poro managed to close it out. Poro managed honestly moving really, really fast in that early game, right? Just what an incredible series of plays to get to level 3 as quick as he did with the amount of influence that he did. I don't know that we'll see a game 2 go quite as smoothly for Poro. But what are we expecting to see from these decks in terms of sideboarding? What do we think is going to come in?
Let's take a look. So we do have some disenchants. That probably isn't bad. We see Fractal of Waves being a pretty key card there. Definitely helping you level up, recovering some of your influence when you do get to level 3. Topsy Decree also probably not bad. Getting rid of some of that float that we see Poro using, definitely not bad either. I don't know if there's anything else that will sort of slow Poro down as much. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see a Shahadun coming in just as one more ally to kind of go with this go wide strategy. The Blades of Creation definitely hard to fight against,
Yeah.
but Malik's had a lot of damage early on, and one more ally might have made the difference.
Yeah, it's a little rough when we only have one Shahadun in the sideboard, so siding in one card and praying that you see it. Not fantastic, but sometimes you do, and sometimes it does make a difference. So
Yeah,
we'll see if
definitely.
he decides. On Poro's side, we have Song of Frost. That definitely helps. We have one more Iron Halo and 3 Throne Sentinels. That actually might not be that bad, seeing as a lot of the damage, like we said, is coming from. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I thought I'm mistaking Throne Sentinel with Throne Keeper Bullfrog because
Oh yeah.
I'm a filthy Nico water player or Nico and Gembu player. So
Yeah, still a tonsor, but
ignore what
definitely
I
not
said,
an
but
early
it's
play.
still a decent card, but not initially what I thought it was.
Yeah, I think Song of Frost absolutely an addition that could make it into the deck.
Yeah,
Iron Halo Force Field Node also potentially pretty powerful, but not necessarily going to be enough to keep things back. Only preventing 2 of any given damage source, and there's a lot of 3s and 4s coming from Alex, potentially even more, depending on how the distance stacks up. But we will see going into game 2, Poro is starting off with another one of those fractals of waves, which is
yep,
such a painful start.
definitely. I mean, we saw this in the first game. We saw Academy Guide, Fractal of Waves. These both very crucial cards. This is exactly when you would want to see a disenchant if we did in fact side it in. We do have our Cheshire Cat with our Inert Sword, classic combo, swinging in for 3 damage and then swinging in for 2 more with Champion. Already 5 on
Yeah,
the board here.
this is a pretty solid alternate aggression plan with the Cheshire Cat and the Inert Sword instead of going to Diana and bringing out the Aetherwing. Very
Yep.
solid attackers here. Poro, of course, starting off with Recovery and Floating Memory, which as a Guardian is exactly what you want to see. Keep that damage down, move
Mhm.
on up the chain of level ups. Here comes Tony level 1, activating that taunt. Not that there is anything to protect, and we'll see what else comes out.
Yeah, the Spalling Cleanse is such a good card for almost every single water deck, right? Like we saw so
Mhm.
many decks playing cards like uh Fast Cure, and this card is just slightly worse Fast Cure. But maybe actually not even better Fast Cure because you don't have to care about influence to activate it, and it just heals for one less, right? And a lot of the time you're using Fast Cure just because it's float, not even because it will recover you. So
Yeah. Well, Poro, going for, more examples of the anti-Guardian bias on Weebs, playing Hub of Innovation, the more expensive mnemonic charm,
yeah,
and passing the turn into Malix. So Malix going for, now we're seeing the usual distant tech, going distant, materializing the level 1, getting the free Ether Wing, and then starting to put in some Ether charges as well. Setting up for a pretty massive turn 3 here, actually. Going in with a Cheshire Cat, and then following that up with the Ether Wing attack, setting up with the glimpse from it in order to make your next turn that much better. Although, is this a deflecting edge? No. What
no,
is
this
this?
is a
Diffusive block?
yeah, the fusive block.
Heck yeah. So that's going to be pretty nice here, not only as float, but also as a way to limit the amount of glimpse that Malix is getting off of this attack, since it's based off of the amount of damage that you deal.
Yep.
So
So
only
we're only
glimpsing
glimpsing two.
2. Oh, so painful.
Oh, we're blinding it. Oh no, never misses. Why? Never punished. Truly never punished.
Absolutely. I
Man,
mean, there is enough float in the deck that they'll probably find something. So
that's definitely true. But you can definitely just mill some of your key cards. I love when stuff like this happen. I love when you get rewarded for being greedy. And now we have the Crystalline Archer, and we'll use the tactical retreat as float to
uh,
buff our Frostborn Paladin and draw our card.
yeah, so good. Just in time, getting that extra 4 damage, getting that extra card, keeping the offense very, very high here. Poro somehow still sitting on only 6 damage marked on his champion, which really shows just how defensive a Guardian deck can be if you really want it to.
Yeah, definitely. We do have the makings of some pretty explosive damage going to Malik's Lex turns here. So let's see if we can maybe get to level 3 before before we die.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we are actually
Poro,
using our
yep.
Tenoris level 2 on enter.
Oh my gosh. I think that might be the only time I have ever seen that happen. That's incredible. Does feel important though. You really don't want that Crystalline Archer coming in for another attack.
No, definitely not. And draw you card.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Cerulean Decree, excuse me. Not imbued just for the -3, I'm presuming.
Yeah, that seems really strong here. But the extra drone token comes in, and that's gonna be enough extra damage to knock out that archer.
Yeah,
Very, very nice play from Poro here.
well done.
Showing extensive familiarity with cards that nobody has ever seen before.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if people don't know that that card also makes an a drone token.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the automaton drone coming out. I believe you don't get an extra buff counter from the reciprocity version of the token of the automaton
No,
token. Yeah, all right.
no, not from this one. We we didn't level up to level 3 though, so we'll see how much we can do. We also didn't materialize our Ranger strides, so not as much damage as we could. We're coming in for 3 with the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, quick step tread's coming down. Doesn't really want to get interacted with, and this is an easy way to kind of trade out a card or a float for another card, which is
Yep.
kind of what Malix needs right now. Like Malix needs the cards to keep flowing, needs to be able to keep putting more things down and putting the pressure on Poro. Although Poro is definitely doing well under that pressure right now.
And
Oh
here we
yeah, a
go.
storm of thorns. This is a great way to keep yourself alive in this situation. So yet more float going into the graveyard and some additional damage prevention. The Cheshire Cat taking a little bit of pushback, those thorns damage, not really doing a whole lot here. And no ether charges set up, so Malik's not coming in for another ether wing attack. So definitely not seeing any extra value from the damage from Storm of Thorns, but damage prevention and float is definitely a big deal.
Yep, definitely. Um, I was gonna say I I don't know how I feel about Weebs putting on enter draw card on all of Diana's regalia,
I
but
mean, it makes a lot of
you know,
sense to me because like she's definitely a champion that can take advantage of a decent chunk of float.
yeah,
So, you kind of have to have the one cost on enter draw sort of pattern that Weebs has set up.
yeah. I see their reasoning. I
Uh-huh,
just don't know
uh-huh.
how much I like it.
That is completely fair.
Yeah.
You definitely have that prerogative. Well, going to level 3 now, Poro simply cannot be stopped. The Neos will flow. And here we go with the Obelisk of Armaments yet again, ready to summon some swords, ready to bring out some more tokens, which is kind of cool. 3 domains on the board. So this already reduced to 2 to activate in order to bring out that extra sword token. So what are we going to see from here? Are we going to see more Atmos type Ares? What is the plan from our big bad Neos player?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely an Atmos type Ares would be great to see here. An Iron, any of the Neos cards, Iron Halo, would be great. Blade of Creation to probably the best. I don't know if we can pay for the cost through like a negate. We do have 3 cards in hand from Malik, enough
Hmm.
for a Song of Frost or enough for a Frostbind here. But board control is always going to be good. Playing down tough to get rid of ally or a some protection with the Atmos shields. Anything of that would be good. Poro never missing the Lost Providence activation. He's so much better than I am.
What a Chad. But yeah, taking advantage of all of these tokens in order to start chipping away at Malix's board. So Diana Haunt Reminiscence going to the graveyard and leaving just the Cheshire Cat and the array of weapons available for Malix, which is not a whole lot to base an aggressive start on.
Yeah, backup charger does not scream aggressive per se.
Yeah, yeah. So Malik's kind of digging for something. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen the Palvor sword come out in order to really enable the bigger hits from the Cheshire Cat. But maybe Malix has decided that an extra card is more important in terms of getting that damage in. Cheshire Cat still comes in for 3, so that's not nothing. And some extra
Yeah.
cards definitely means that he could be playing some pretty dangerous allies here, right? There could still be another Frostwarn, there could still be some Ether Charges, there could still be another Crystalline Archer, but nothing yet. Looks like sitting back on the Cheshire Cat, getting that damage in, and then leaving some cards up to interact.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to justify getting a sword that costs 1 when you're not using float for it. It also doesn't replace itself, and we don't have that many cards in the grave of Poro to like banish. So I can see not materializing the Palvor sword, even if it does mean 2 extra damage. We're going, opting for a little bit more card draw this turn.
Yeah. And Poro doing the same with another backup charger coming down, followed up by yet more domains for Poro.
Yeah,
This
we
is
make
the
our
Obelisk of
handy
Protection
dandy
coming down.
sword.
Yep. And the sword, yeah. So 4 domains now. So the Obelisk of Protection actually free to use. Obelisk of Armaments only costing 1.
And here we go.
Yeah, great start. So what are we going to see from Poro here? I mean, there's a lot of potential options. I guess the Atmos armor type areas is definitely a good choice here. That'll prevent a lot of damage as well as set Poro up to deal a decent amount back as well.
Yeah. There we go. I was gonna say where are our tokens?
Some shields coming down to sit next to those swords. Gotta love it. So coming in for 3, no true sight on the Atmos armor, so the Cheshire Cat will live to fight another day. But this is now damage that is going straight to Malix's face. And with only 19 health on that level 1 champion, there's only so many attacks that Malix can eat before the tables have been well and truly turned here.
Yeah. Guardians can leverage so much of their life when they play the game compared to other classes that even though we see a 16 versus a 3 in terms of life comparisons, we saw that last game as well, and it didn't end up mattering, right? 19 is
Yeah.
such a low number compared to 30 overall, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Neos has a lot of ways to keep you alive. Like that's part of Neos's shtick, you know? And
Yeah.
then on top of all of the water cards that Poro is playing, on top of all of the Guardian shenanigans that Poros is using, it seems pretty clean here. A
Ooh.
Drown in Ether coming down to give a target rested ally -3 health. Knocking out, is that knocking out one of the shields? No, that was a token.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing that you could kill with the -3. I remember I remember when the Jabberwocky was released, that everyone's like, "Oh my god, you can't kill this thing at all. You can't kill this thing at all." And I was like, "Haha, let me show you this drown in ether."
Yeah, it's hardly immortal.
Yeah. See another spalling cleanse here, recovering even more.
God, Poro, what a guy. Just really taking all of this damage on the chin and being like, nah, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Ranger Strides materialized here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can have an explosive turn like we need to. Poro's board is looking pretty big, pretty scary. If we get to do what we want to next turn. Blade of Creation
Yeah.
is a very scary card, especially when you have this many token objects on the board, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for Malix to get through the walls that Poro has set up at this point, there's 2 shields that need to be attacked. And even after that, you need 17 damage, maybe even 2 more because of the armaments of protection. Of course, in this case, the armaments of protection being used in order to save one of these shields, which is pretty cool.
Yep. Even more protect. So it's so annoying to get through these 2 little, 0-2 shields.
Yeah, what a hassle. Spending a Ether Wing durability on coming in on one of those shields, like you got to get rid of it somehow, right? Of course, this does give him a glimpse, so maybe he can set up for a bigger turn next turn. Maybe we can
My
find
god.
something a little bit more splashy.
The shields also just negate damage on a Neos object. So the shield is gonna die, but before it dies, you can rest it to put 2 protection on Tony, which is what he did. They're just even on the way out, they're so annoying.
Uh, yeah, that's like I don't even think that Malix has non-combat damage that Poro needs to be worried about, but it's just one additional layer of like, no, my cards still do things.
Right. Exactly.
I love it. Oh, it's so showy.
A little bit of, it's just a bit of salt on the wound as on its way out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Malix not in the best of positions here. I mean, if you look at just the health disparity, it's pretty close. Malix is 15 damage away. Poro is 17 damage away, so that's pretty close. Malix actually getting some float on the mill here, so maybe we'll see a Crystalline Archer come down.
Okay,
Frostmourne Paladin
Paladin.
also pretty good. Yeah, getting that extra card, getting that 3/4 body on the field, that's not bad. That can take out the remaining shield. So no shields anymore. Number of tokens has dropped to a mere 5. Still dangerous.
Yeah, 5. Yep.
Not a lot of ways to deal with the situation at hand, I think, for our poor Etherwing Diana player.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Atmos area comes down at such pivotal points over the past two games, right? As soon as the shields came down, that was when Malik went to materialize the Ranger strides, and then you can't use them, right? Because
Mhm.
you can just redirect the attacks to those shields. So definitely putting a stifle on the plan for big damage here. And now we have all three domains on the board, making all but one free to activate.
Yeah, very powerful cards. The Terrafring also coming down after the materialize. Some more tokens on the board. Oof.
This
What
one does come in with a buff counter.
right, yeah, because of the obelisk. This is such a
Yep.
spread here.
We'll see if we have a blade of creation here.
Hmm. So only 4 damage on the board right now for Poro. Sorry, 7 damage including the sword.
Mhm.
Um, but we'll see what else ends up coming down. This could be, we could see a lot of damage come out of Poro this turn, or we could see a lot of defense come out of Poro this turn. I think both are kind of equally likely.
Yeah. And both kind of like, both almost just as beneficial, right? When you have this much life, protection just always goes such a long way. And also, killing your opponent will win you the game. So
Yeah, I have heard good things about killing your opponent.
yeah, yeah,
That seems
yeah.
to be a good way of
Yeah.
dealing with your opponent's
I've
strategy.
heard that the Grand Archive community is in fact very fond of just killing your opponent.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Poro seems in a better position to do that at this point. Malik's definitely digging for more, but just everything he puts down is getting dealt with, and not much of his damage is getting through. Just Poro has these really strong walls up, a lot of that water recovery available, a lot of damage prevention, and just a lot of ways to deal with anything that's coming in. Meanwhile, Malik's down to just a Cheshire Cat basically on this board. Not seeing a lot in the way of ether charges, not seeing a lot in the way of distant enablers in order to get a little bit of extra damage out of the champion, not seeing a
Mhm.
lot in terms of additional allies. Like they come down and they're immediately cleared by this wall of tokens that Poro has down. What do you do here as an Etherwing player? What are your outs? How do you get through?
I mean, I think this is one of those times where like it's the aggro deck versus the control deck, and the control deck has gotten control of the game, right? There's not a ton you can do when you get to these kind of end games. You obviously Water Diana, not a stranger to dealing massive amounts of damage, right? But Neo's Tony, not a stranger to preventing massive damage, especially with something like a Terrafring, like we just saw banished from Poro here. So yet another turn of stifling this big damage turn from Malik. We saw the Palvor Sword materialize to buff the Cheshire Cat more, but so yeah, we'll see. We'll pay the 2 for this attack here because you definitely want that one to go through at least.
Yeah, the Terrafring definitely going to slow down this turn. We saw Cheshire Cat getting banished, which actually could have been an extra +4 damage if we had the distant. So
Yeah,
that's definitely some possibilities for a big turn that is not going to be this turn because of the Terrafring getting popped.
yeah, definitely.
But yeah, the 5/3 Cheshire Cat now coming in for something that feels pretty painful. A 5 damage ally isn't something Poro can just shrug off turn in, turn out. This is going
No,
to turn into something really dangerous if Poro doesn't find a way to deal with it.
definitely. We have we have put a bit of a clock on Poro for sure. We'll just see if we can outlive that clock here. Poro can plump out a lot of damage as we saw last turn with the Blade of Creation plus all of your allies that you're making that all are 2/2s now, and all all of them reduce the cost of your big cleave attack clearing your board. So
Well, Wayfinder's map coming out for Poro, the Neos GCR, looking pretty good on this board.
yeah.
Tons of cards available to Poro. Not quite, I think, ready to close the game out yet, but we do have a decent chunk of damage on the board, and we keep building up these drone tokens. So now 6 damage in allies, plus an extra 3 from the sword, plus whatever Poro can bring out from his hand. This is looking pretty worrisome. This is looking like a decently aggressive board.
Yeah, this might be a it might. Oh, I thought we had.
Coming in with a sword, so that's 3. This is another 2 from the drone. Going to
I could have
12.
sworn we materialized flash grenade, but
I think it was oh, I don't know what came. Oh no, Palvar sword came out this turn.
okay. Yep.
But yeah, getting Malix up to 15 damage
Ooh,
now.
is this
Extremely dangerous
Hector?
position. What have we got here? We've
Oh
got
no,
some
this is.
sentinels.
Oh, this is SP summon sentinels.
Yeah, I didn't recognize it either.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
Having word from the players is Malix going, dude, is that your alt?
Yeah. It's essentially it
No,
essentially is, right?
I
Do
mean,
we let's
if
see, do we
2/2/2s
have
is an alt, then
I don't think we have
I don't think that was an alt, but that's still a lot of damage. Tactical retreat coming down,
no, there's
attempting to
no
prevent something here, but not quite enough.
yeah. Like we said, if you're able to get to that point where Tony builds his fort and says, "Try to take me down," you just it's really hard to get through, especially like we said with cards like Carpson Coda. That mix of damage that you get from Carpson Coda with your attacks definitely does a lot for Water Aether. Diana, losing that card does make your game plan a lot more linear, right? Combat is probably the most interactive or interactable, I guess, form of damage in the game, right? So a
Mhm.
lot of responses for stuff like that. We saw it in the Atmos shields. We saw it in the Storm of Thorns and diffusive blocks in your Terrafrings, right? A lot of ways to get through or negate or stifle that combat damage. So a lot of stuff to get through, honestly.
Yeah, the Neos wall is definitely
Yeah,
not something you can just dismiss.
yeah,
We haven't seen a lot of people put together that kind of really solid level 3 defensive deck before, right? I think
yeah,
Poro is one of them. Jimmy Lee plays some domains decks every once in a while, but
yeah,
very, very rare to see this kind of big, wide board that you get off
yeah.
of level 3, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Lee and Poro, kind of two opposite corners of a Tony player, right?
Sure.
The sort of make a bunch of swords, just slash and burn, or the new card that makes flowers that you can just make makes flower tokens that you can just make into swords, right? Like that stuff. That's like very Jimmy Lee coded. And then on the other side, we have like we said, the Neos wall being built by someone like Poro. So it's cool that you can have those so different of game plans with one champ. I guess technically they're two champions, but Tonoris as a character himself.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, very impressive. So, you mentioned Carps on Coda. I want to ask you, how do you feel about the recent bans that went in? Carps on Coda, obviously a big one, a real game changer for the Aetherwing Diana deck. Also, Grim Pastiche disappearing, so the CL decks have a little bit less juice, and
Yeah,
Baby Green Slime disappearing, so maybe the Dragon decks kind of not quite as equipped to go neutral all the time forever. What
yeah.
do you think in terms of these bans kind of clearing the field a little bit, maybe making some way for other decks to shine?
I definitely think that I do think all of the bans were pretty warranted. I think like they some of the justification they said for banning a card like Carpson Coda is like we said the mix of damage that you get from a card like Carpson Coda. A lot of attack damage, a lot of spell damage, very hard to get through. very hard to like prevent both kinds of damage. Like you said, Baby Green Slime is just such an insane card. Like letting you sort of spin your wheels, solitaire, but also just really good at stifling a lot of other people's game plan. Specifically, something like Aetherwing Diana, which has a Aetherwing that has Spell Shroud, but Baby Green Slime gets through it because it's not as a spell.
Mhm.
And similarly with Grim Prestige, I think Grim Prestige is probably the card that I I would say is the most warranted, not by power level, but by potential.
Mm.
Um, like we were mentioning in the beginning of the game, right? Or sorry, before we got on, like something like Grim Pastiche on a card like Dynastic Whirlpool that says each opponent mills 15 cards. That's just not a very fun and interactive game plan that you want to have, I don't think. And I'm a mill player. I'm a mill apologist, even, if you will. Uh, but something like that is just way too toxic. On top of stuff like you know we've mentioned getting Regal Inquisitioned like 5 to 6 times in a game. So on top of like the power scaling, I think that card is definitely worth banning just on the potential to promote sort of toxic game plans that I don't think Weebs wants. In terms of power level, I still think a lot of the decks that got hit by the bans are still very very good and very prevalent. Like I still think Water Diana, although more interactable than before, is still really good. I again, I think Seryu with Goja's ultimate, I think Goja's ultimate is just a crazy card.
Mm.
Um and CL, I don't think loses too much from their original game plan of something like Oblation or Fire Coup CL. I think on top, like aside from how you know I guess unfun a card like Grim Prestige can be, not a lot of people were doing that sort of game plan, mostly because it's a bit a couple a lot of hoops to go through. So I think like Fire QCL and Oblation just definitely still just as good as before, maybe a little bit nerfed. But I think pretty much everything still has a decent power level. Maybe some decks get uh better by something like Baby Green. Like I think Water Astra Diana is actually pretty huge. I don't know how good overall in the terms of meta, but I think like a card like Baby Green being gone from the pool is massively helpful for that. Cards like Quick Threads also help that deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if that deck starts seeing a little bit more play. The Proxia's card for suited as well, I also wouldn't be surprised if we see more suited, maybe some water slash fire suited, playing that card. So I definitely think more than decks that get sort of brought up, I think a lot of the decks get brought down just a smidge, and you can definitely see a lot more decks that like maybe were kept down a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think that's what they were going for.
Yeah,
I think Weeb said that they were kind of making these bands. I like to compare these to the bands that we saw moving into the AMB season, um, with Icebound Slam and Baby Gray Slime getting banned. Less as a these cards are overwhelming the format, and more as a we don't want to see the best decks of the previous format being the best decks in the new format.
yeah.
And I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm definitely pretty happy with the ban list overall. Definitely a bunch of cards that pretty much I feel like everyone was kind of in agreement that like we just don't really like these cards. Overall, like I'm sure every Seru player loves Baby Green, and I'm sure every Water Diana player loves their Carpson Coda, but I think as a community, these are cards that everyone has been like, man, and even beforehand a little bit with a card like Unmake Duality, which was banned a little bit before this previous BNR. I think these are cards that pretty much everyone, or maybe at least maybe it was just me, but I feel like the community sort of consensus was like, hey, these cards, although not like, turbo broken, just make things a little bit unfun, and it would be
Mm.
cool to kind of see them go.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind seeing Carpsong Coda lose a little bit of its high roll potential.
Yeah.
Or Carpsong Coda, Diana Etherwing lose a little bit
Mhm.
of its high roll potential. And I think it's interesting that these cards all played such different roles in the decks that they were in, right? Like
Yeah.
you have Baby Green acting as a card neutral way to do whatever it is you're doing. And you have
Hmm.
Grim Pastiche acting as a way to reuse the already extant toolbox that CL has available. And you have Carpsong Coda as a way to high roll your opponent or mix and match the types of damage that you can do to kind of 50-50 your opponent. And,
Hmm.
all of them playing a very different role in the decks that they're in, but definitely an important tool for each of those decks in keeping those decks kind of as top dogs in the format. So I do
Yep.
think that's very interesting. All right. Well, we've yapped enough here. That is the end of regulation. So we're moving on to round 3 in a bit. Thank you for joining me, Adi. Pleasure to cast with you as always.
Of course.
And we'll be moving on to round 3, and we'll have me and PerfectKalcium coming back to you. So until then, thank you for hanging out. I hope you are enjoying the TCG Online Weekly, and we'll catch you folks after the break.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly, brought to you by True Champion Gaming and Serene Balance Productions. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me once again in the booth is PerfectKalcium. PCal, I hope you had a good break over round two. We've got another banger of a round to go into, I am sure.
Oh, I hope so. I was actually, of course, I usually watch the round when I'm not, so I always have a good round first thing. I'm listening to the cast and everything, and yeah, if we have the same kind of round as last time, it's just exciting. It's just fun seeing, like you said, the changes for Carps on Coda, the ban list, seeing Diana change a little bit, those players navigate that stuff, and then of course Poro with, we've seen Neos before, of course, but and nothing super new there. The Iron Node didn't come out, but having it work on stream is always a joy.
Absolutely, yeah. Neos is just such a machine. The way the pieces of it slide together. I definitely not the right word that I'm thinking about. Slot together, and the way that it moves, like it's so smooth once you get up
Mm.
there and all the various pieces of it. Which is kind of the Neos aesthetic, which is also great. I mean, Neos is basically playing Factorio, so I think Neos is very cool, but hard to get there.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you get players like Poro who really show it off at its best. I think it's kind of surprising the way it works so well for Poro specifically, and you kind of never see it anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, once you learn the lines, you get the lines. Speaking of learning the lines, so we had talked about this, round one and round two. We got to get back to this ban list just a little bit because it's impactful. And
There's a lot
we
there.
mentioned, yeah, one of the cards, a card actually coming back from category three. I believe they mentioned before that it was possible, and now we see, of course, it's done. In fact, a card coming back. That's
Mhm.
Baby Gray Slime.
Yeah.
Once the terror of so many tables, found in the Sylvie Recollection deck. But really, I think, trading it for Baby Green, I think is very funny, very, or almost a poetic justice, right? Because Baby Gray Slime was really finding its way into the win value engines, along with Slime Shield and Baby Green, and people being just frustrated that you're playing this very small slime package alongside like Ace and Protector, and just you're drawing like a million cards.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
yeah, so it coming back. Of course, not one of the casters today, but Needful. We had to ping him, and he was like, "My boy, he's free." Uh, and so yeah, I've been seeing quite a few brews with Baby Gray Slime, and just of course we got a lot of slimes with RDO, so quite a lot of testing to do for our slime brethren. But yeah, I actually really love that a card can come back. When appropriate.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really neat step for Weebs of the Coast or Weebs of the Shore. This is our don't read too much
Oh,
into
no, no,
that. I'm
no,
sure
no,
that
no,
was
no,
nothing.
nobody, no, we
Um,
don't. Yeah, there's
you
only one.
know,
There's
you
only one
you
company in this stream.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's Serene
You
Balance Productions. Subscribe. Uh,
you very rarely see cards come back after a banning, right?
mhm.
Bannings are almost always final. Like this is the death knell for the card. We're never going to see it again. And Weebs has done some really great work in terms of bringing back those cards in ways that they think won't ruin things again, right? Seeing Sablemere bring back Icebound Slam, seeing
Yes.
Mantle of the Abyss bring back Ryle, and now seeing Baby Gray just completely unbanned. In this case, traded, as you said, for Baby Green, which I think is actually completely appropriate. Um,
Yes.
and makes Fire Slimes definitely feel like a better choice if you're going to be playing any of these Slimes decks. Uh, but yeah, I think it is in fact time for Baby Gray to come back, and I think
Mhm.
it's not going to be nearly as game breaking as it was. And a big part of that is the Baby Green ban, because the sort of quote unquote slime package that Windex typically play no longer has the cards that kind of kept it moving the way it did before. So I think that this is a good time to kind of bring it back and see if it's as much of a problem as it was before. And I definitely don't think it will be.
No, I agree. I think it's really cool actually that it exists alongside the Baby Silver Slime, right? Which was functionally its replacement. All
Yeah,
right,
true.
enough from us. Going into gameplay for round three, we've got Water Terra Kong Ming uh, versus Serene Fire CL.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay,
Water
so
Terra Kong
some
Ming.
Some big level 3 decks here. That's very
Yeah,
exciting.
I gotta tell
Uh,
you, I tried water terror Kongming the other day. I am not good at it.
it definitely takes a certain mentality. I think aside from Genbu, Water Terra Kongming is the closest that Grand Archive has to sort of a traditional control deck, right? Trading one for
Mm.
one and then using card advantage in order to overwhelm your opponent and and preventing your opponent from making their game plan happen and then eventually overwhelming them with the value that you've gotten from all of the cards that you played, from the advanced element stuff, all of that kind of put together into one big package.
Yeah, actually using Kongming's ultimate.
Mhm.
Uh,
Shu
that
Kong
being
shifted
said,
fates.
yeah, this looks like a pretty, a usual CL deck that we've seen in the past. Losing Grim Pastiche, which we could talk about forever
Yeah.
probably. Uh, but yeah, I see some Imperial countermeasures in there. So just replacing it with a few advanced element cards because we're gonna go to three. Like you said, this
For
is a
sure.
this is a big level three matchup.
Mhm. We're also seeing the other straight up replacement return to the
Mhm.
archives instead of Unmake Duality here. So getting potentially a little bit of value that way.
Yeah, Rictus Tiding.
Yep, a lot of card velocity, a lot of like card neutral cards here. We saw Creative Shock building up the float and just trying to move through the deck and find the cards that he needs, kind of working his way up to leveling up and making sure that he's still able to hit those omens. So enough cards in the graveyard that the omens can come through without necessarily getting stuck or needing to omen from hand.
Yeah, and I actually really love your term card velocity because it's not necessarily card advantage, right? We're not necessarily getting a whole bunch of cards, but by going neutral and filtering, trying to find the things that we need to later on get advantage. I think velocity is a fantastic word for that.
Hmm.
Hasty messenger.
The
Uh,
tastiest of messengers.
they're just so fast. They need to go now.
Absolutely.
Much like this deck. I mean, already two cards in, and like you said, making sure that you can omen every turn is pretty big.
Yeah,
Uh,
it is a very big deal for this deck. I think many of the reasons that the deck works is because you have the ways to get these cards into the graveyard, because you have the ways to get these omens on time, so that you're not getting stalled out. Because the omens provide such an important value for CL that if you're ever missing an omen, if you're ever a turn behind on that, that really sets you back in terms of your overall game plan.
backup charger, fracturized backup charger, pretty classic.
Fracturized backup charger, beautiful. I love what Koya is doing here. This is really setting up kind of the value train for Kong Ming, right? Being able to trade all of these cards and turning each card into a little piece of value going forward. We're going to see a lot of defense from Koya. This is sort of traditional for this deck, running stuff like Coriolis Ward, Thronekeeper Bullfrog,
Yep.
Revitalizing Cleanse, and of course the star of the Water Kong Ming show, Hydro Guard Retainer. In this case, being played by Frostborn Paladin, but at some point, Hydro Guard Retainer.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
when you're not Kongming yet, I think Frostborn Paladin will do nicely.
Absolutely, yeah. The 3/4 body and the extra card draw is really, really great. And trading in that floating memory is exactly what this deck is all about.
See, backup charger. Yep. It's
Backup chargers
it's a
all
great
around.
move. Yeah. Grab that token power cell. So let's see here. Koya not yet being Kong Ming. As a on the if you're on the fire CL, uh, is your game plan still to sort of hurry to CL to put that clock on the Kong Ming player?
I think in general, the Kongming deck moves a little bit slower. So from Quick's side, I think he's maybe a little bit less concerned about setting up a clock and more concerned about having the resources to do the things he needs to do once he gets there. So we might see a little bit of a slower build, a little bit more of an influenced build up, just to make sure that once Quick gets to level 3, he can still do all of the things that he needs to do. Of
It
course,
makes
in this
sense.
case,
Gentle
Gentle
respite.
Respite is a great way to move forward.
Yeah, we're replacing ourselves, getting that floating.
Yeah,
And
actually seeing a lot of float out of the CL player. That's pretty lucky, I think. Looking through their deck list, I am seeing, let's see, 8. Looks like 8 floating memory. Wow, really not that much. No liminal guides either. Oh no, they're there. They're there. Never mind. I take it back. There are liminal guides. But we are also seeing some turbocharge. So really a lot of card draw
Yes.
in this deck. I kind of love it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, with Grim being out, it looks like I said, they've replaced with Imperial Countermeasure and some Carters. But overall, they're following the sort of pattern we've seen with Beguiling Coup. You know, just get up there and use your devastating blows, use your heavy swings. Diamond Ribbon, okay, I like
Yeah.
Diamond Ribbon.
This is good. So this is kind of in line with the same thing is this deck moves slowly and builds up a lot of value. And Diamond Ribbon plays very, very well with the 4 of diamonds since it creates the 2 suited objects that you need to be able to reveal in order to make more bolts with the 4 of diamonds. But you need to have the influence in order to be able to take advantage of that. And it looks like that is exactly what is happening here. 4 of diamonds coming down and likely to be able to build some more bolts. So the bolts don't really do much, which is really interesting here.
Mhm.
They're kind of air in your hand, but they are additional influence to allow you to play other things, and they are free spells once you get to sort of uh, Kongming's end game, needing to shift the currents around in order to get extra value out of stuff like the card that she's not playing, Bagua,
Bagua, yeah. No,
but potentially getting a lot of value out of Shukong Shifted Fates as well.
yeah, no, that's a really good point. They have 3 Terrasites in their deck, but of course, the Bolt of Diamonds being free at level 2 up, and you're going to level 3, uh, does of course allow you the flexibility of turning, mostly probably trying to get back to like north, north go south, or if you have your Hydro Guards still, you can go ahead and do northwest, northwest, which can draw you quite the majority of your deck. And that's pretty important because we're looking for a relatively large influence to play Zhukong. It is 10, so
Yeah, you definitely need to build up, but having 4 extra bolts of diamonds in your hands is a great way to do so.
yeah, and running 4 of diamonds allows you quite a lot of flexibility. I mean, you can theoretically receive what 8. You can theoretically have 10 bolt of diamonds total in this game. So would be, I mean, that's your total influence for your ultimate right there.
Right? Yeah, that's a pretty good way to go. Well, in the meanwhile, we are seeing a sword come out for Quick. The inert sword going to be a pretty decent hit. Good way to build up some early damage, I think. Coming in for potentially 4, given where the omens are at, plus the guardian class bonus, is a pretty quick hit here. Trying to knock out, I imagine, the Frostworn Paladin in order to clear this board. I don't think Quick wants to be taking much more damage. But Coriolis Ward putting paid to that. So Koya definitely able to keep this wide board and continue the surprising aggression here from this sort of controlling water deck. Most of the time, you don't really see all that much in the way of attacking, but this is definitely putting on a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, for not actually being water allies. Of course, everyone has Frostborn, but even these 4 of diamonds, they each do represent 1, and so protecting them, being able to get that extra influence out of the extra 2 bolt of diamonds that we just saw generated. This is going to, like you said, it's going to build up big. It starts a little slow, but I think viewers will see they're going to have a hand of even going to level 3, they're going to have a hand, depending on the floating memory, of somewhere between 8 and like 12.
Yeah, and that is kind of exactly what the deck is designed to do, is have a lot of options, go a little bit slowly, but have the tools to defend yourself and keep your game plan going while building up. And then once you've built up to the end, you have some really powerful Terra cards to take advantage of. Not only Shukong Shifted Fates, which once you get down on the board is pretty much the end of the game almost immediately, but also Sempiternal Sage, a decently strong attacker that has a lot of recovery attached to it. So a lot of really, really great ways to keep your opponents back and recover if they manage to get a hit in.
Yeah, alongside that, Revitalizing Cleanse, 4 engulfs. You're pretty safe. 2 Hydro Guard Retainers going down. That's going to be, turning west at the end of
Yep.
turn. that classic Kong Ming line. I'm gonna draw 2 cards. That's crazy. And oh man, CL has got to think of a way to get rid of these. But 2 is actually kind of a interesting, tough position, due to taunt.
Yeah, no, this is kind of the classic early Kong Ming turn is getting 2 Hydro Guard retainers and just doubling up on your value from shifting currents. This is going to be an incredible start for Koya and probably set up to an absolutely incredible late game. Wouldn't surprise me at all if once they get to level 3, even if it takes a little bit of time, just immediately being able to drop that Shukong based on their influence right now and just start running away with it.
Yeah, if they have it in hand, I think they're definitely on track to I mean, we'll see an ultimate, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm so excited. This is exactly what I wanted from RDO gameplay.
All right, CL level 2. Believe we're looking to resolve the level 2. Uh, okay, it looks like we're playing a Flamster Cell in response to our level 2, I believe.
That seems reasonable. This is as good a time as any to do that kind of thing. Getting some extra cards into your memory at this point. Oh, and also get the liminal
Oh,
guide
Liminal
into
Guide.
the discard. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, like a creative shock or a flam at this point, while the materialize is still on the stack, very, very powerful in terms of getting that extra liminal guide value. Super good.
Yeah, so there we go. That Liminal Guide. Yeah, tons of value this turn. That's fantastic. Oh, and there's one of those turbocharges.
Yep,
Use
had
our
to happen
power
at
card.
some point. Running 3 of them, so very,
Yes.
very focused on making sure that happens. Of course, the turbocharge an easy discard to Flamme Sorcel because of all of the 3s in the deck anyway. A lot of 3s in the omens, so very
Mhm.
clean.
Showing we don't
Uh,
need a dungeon guide.
apparently not. It probably has spares, I
Yeah.
imagine. But a little bit dangerous tossing the extra dungeon guides against Koya, against the sort of controlling water deck. Definitely running the engulfs. So, if they need a hard negate, they have it.
Yeah. Now, Koya does have tons of influence, but do they have 7 in hand right now for the engulf?
That's a good question. Yeah, they're not quite level 2, so engulf is definitely an expensive card at this point. But
Yeah.
Cerulean Decree potentially going to cause some problems there as well. I guess a
Mhm.
lot depends on how important it is for Koya to stop a dungeon guide here.
Oh, let's see it. I don't think they have 7. I believe they have 6, but I could be wrong. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
not
looks like
quite
we're
enough
gonna
in
let
hand
it
to
through.
stop this.
Mhm.
No frozen dismissals either.
And, okay, cool. So coming up to CL level 3, that'll start our Omen Clock, of course. Oh, another turbocharge.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do
Show
with it,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so hitting level 3 with CL, this is definitely kickstarting CL's plan. So at this point, we can start with the unpreventable spell damage from the omens, in addition to the chip damage from the allies on the board.
Hmm.
Potentially setting up for Carter in order to actually clear these Hydra Guard retainers, which wouldn't surprise me at all if that is the play here. Carter sacking the Liminal Guide or sacking the Dungeon Guide in order to get the recovery.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I believe that is, or is that Carter? I believe it is. Yes.
Looks like
Yeah,
Carter to me.
that's the other art.
Yeah.
Yep, there's Carter.
So this was pretty much CL's only way of getting through those Hydro Guard retainers. Beguiling Coup is really interesting because using its abilities, you can kind of redirect the attack a little bit.
Mhm.
But this is a way of just clearing this board, massive board, honestly, and stopping Koya's card advantage engine, which is definitely a big deal here.
Yeah, and I mean, almost even worse here. Quick is going to recover 5 this turn if that attack goes through.
Yeah. Oh, that is massive, actually. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
not nothing.
Let's see. Perhaps a Song of Frost or Ceasing Edict. Okay. Oh, of course, it would not be Song of Frost in this deck. Ceasing Edict. Kong Ming's own Song of Frost, basically. Uh, Not free this time. The shifting currents are west, but it does end the combat phase. So there we go. There's our effective response to Carter, and
Yeah, very important here.
yeah, that'll be a little bit of trouble. Now there are 3 Carters in the deck, but it's likely that uh, it's likely that both the Liminal Guide as well as Carter will be cleared. So we'll have to find another ally.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
So this does put, I think, Quick a little bit behind here, since that card advantage is not something that is easy to combat, even in a deck like Fire CL, where you have access to Fu, where you have access to that unpreventable spell damage. This is still potentially a problem in terms of having the ability to respond to Koya's plan and preventing Koya from just going over the top of whatever it is you're doing.
Yep. Coming level 2 coming out. So not a huge problem. I just quickly counted. We're just gonna go from 11 influence to 9. So
Oh no.
oh no.
Yeah, and this enables the quick shifting for off of the level 2 whenever you're oh no, the quick
No,
shifting is at
yeah,
level 3, my mistake.
level 3. Yeah.
Uh Gosh,
But
that
this
would be
does
nutty.
unlock if for whatever reason you do lose your Hydro Guards, you can always go from north to south at end of turn. Uh,
Mhm.
so you always have some level of card draw, but keeping those 2 Hydro Guards is it's just fantastic. it's I mean, yeah, this is gonna really get out of control if Quick doesn't deal with those Hydro Guards.
Yeah, this is
And yeah,
such
ending
a
going north.
yeah, this is such a great position for Koya. Damage is relatively low across the board, but that's not a problem. Once you kind of get the level 3 stuff online, the damage does start stacking up and stacking up. So I think that is not a concern that there's not been a whole lot of chip damage yet. But Quick is getting their own game plan online, so not necessarily able to stop Koya, but there's still the possibility of coming in under Koya's massive Shukong, which has not yet hit the board.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. Sometimes when your opponent seems to be running away with it, the best thing you can do is just, you attempt to run away with it. Just finish out your game plan. Don't worry too much, especially if you are a more aggressive deck, which just by nature, fire is going to be. So, yeah, I think the Maximum Armor just trying to get to those big hits. And of course, you're still CL level 3, right? You
Mhm.
have put a clock on there. Sure, they're probably they're likely going to recover and such, but you've got you know you've got a good chance still.
Yeah, and Quick is definitely in a good position to take a couple of hits and still keep on kicking. 2 abnegations available, and the 30 health that he's already sitting on, and being Serene Fire. It feels like it's going to be a lot of work in order to get through the life total, even once you do have powerful hits available.
Yeah. Whereas Kong Ming at 25, one we talked about the difference between 19 and 30, but even 25 and 30 in Grand Archive especially, that last 5 damage or that 5 extra damage can mean
Mhm.
quite a lot.
Yeah, it can be a very big difference depending on what you're trying to do. Although it's not like Koya is short on ways to keep the game going. I mean, Coriolis Ward isn't going to help from an empowered Fu, but revitalizing Cleanse with an influence of 11 or whatever definitely has the potential to keep this game going for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's likely what we're going to see here, right? Is a relatively long game. Both of these decks are focused on sort of living till you can do your big bang game plan.
Hmm. Yeah, and ooh, Carter number
Another
2.
Carter.
But now Koya has the engulfs online.
Yes, engulf is possible, and I mean, you've got to be thinking about that as you're if you're quick, right? It's
Yeah,
water. They've
absolutely.
held up their entire grip. Their grip is 11, or no, 10 this time. It's
Yeah,
just 10. It's fine. Your opponent's holding up 1/6 of their deck.
you have to imagine that they have something going on. And in fact,
Yep.
engulf is exactly what is going on here. A cerulean would have been just as good here. Wait until Carter attacks and then
Hmm.
-3 the attack so that it doesn't actually get anything done. That would be just as strong. But engulf here, of course, fantastic. No recovery whatsoever for Quick. Not even the recovery from Carter's death. So this is a pretty good swing here.
Yeah, something in response. It looks like.
Man, response to engulf.
Yeah, I'd be interested. Abnegation.
Sure. Might as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You just saw them use it in golf. So, and then with fur on
Follow it
top.
up with
Fur
a
awakening.
Fu Awakening. Until the important part of this text here is while this is a little bit of extra damage, card until end of turn, card activations you control can't be negated. And it's not element locked. So despite the fact that Fu Awakening is a fire card, this still applies to Carter as a card that Quick is activating here.
Yeah, that's a really neat piece of tech on top of the double omens. So, getting an extra 4 damage in, we're gonna get our abnegation, and we're also gonna get our Carter. So this is pretty big.
Yeah, this is really solid. So this is going to stop Koya from really running away with the influence game, knocking out those 2 Hydra Guard retainers here. Uh,
Well, yeah,
however,
we could see another ceasing. Yeah.
that's true. That's true. There's still room for something else to stop this attack.
Or like you said, maybe
Nope.
Serene. Oh,
There it goes.
okay. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so 4 damage to the field, knocking out all of Koya's allies, an extra 4 damage to the champion, so Koya is now sitting at 11. Um, the damage from the omens from Fu, I think, went through as well.
Yes.
So yeah, so 11. Koya was at 3, I think, at the start of that
Yeah.
turn.
Oh, and there's more than enough omens in there. Quick is actually going to, we're going to start playing the CL influence game where we attack you and draw a card.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Look
right.
at that
That's right.
damage.
Because Fu also speeds up on your omens, so that's really,
Yep.
really good here.
Yep.
Yeah, getting that
Fair
extra
enough.
card draw, we're probably going to see the Gonsonerie come down and start the attack train, just like you were talking about.
That's another 2. Maximum War could be another 2.
Is that lethal? Wait, that's 22.
That's 22. If nothing can happen, I don't think anything can happen, actually. That's
Revitalizing Cleanse
unpreventable.
specifically
Yeah,
could do it,
cleanse.
but
Mm, I
mm,
don't think we're seeing it, though.
nope.
Yep.
That looks like the game.
Oh,
Wow. So Quick
what
did
a
exactly what
turn.
he needed to do, stopping Koya from getting all the way up by virtue of simply killing them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you talked about it last round, right? Sometimes, I find the best control decks are when your opponent can no longer play the game just legally. They
Okay.
have to leave the table because they have lost all of their life.
Yeah.
Wow, that was
Perfect.
fantastic. Uh, okay, so I think many people have talked about the power of Fair Awakening there,
Mhm.
but seeing that protect not only the abnegation but also the Carter is something that one I think some people might not have ever seen, but two, what a fantastic play.
Yeah, yeah. This is a sign that Quick knows what he's playing into, right? Like, okay, yes, of course you're gonna have these negates, your Water Kong Ming. I have the answer. I know what I am doing in response to that, and I am prepared to take advantage of it. Not only that, like playing the abnegation before playing the Fu Awakening to make sure you're getting the extra value out of all of the cards in your hand is like that's a nice touch. Not even necessary, just a nice touch.
Well, I think, in my mind, it's even crazier because what if that had baited out something else, right? That would
Oh,
have
that's
been
true. That's true.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, there we go. Nice, simple game one. Unfortunately, didn't get to see Kongming use the ultimate, but maybe here in game two.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at
maybe.
sideboards.
Well, looking at our Kongwing players sideboard, there is a lot of interesting options here. We're definitely going to see another Ceasing Edict come in. It
Yes.
doesn't really look like there's much room for an Expel the Departed. It doesn't really look like the expectation is that the game will go long enough for something like Coronal of Rejuvenation or Nature's Appeal to particularly matter. Maybe the Sempiternal Sages will come in because once you get to 3, you're definitely going to need that extra recovery. And maybe
Mhm.
there's some cards in the main that could come out in order to make room for another ameliorating mantra, which is just another fast speed float. But
Yes.
otherwise, I don't think we're going to be seeing much that's going to affect the way that this game plays out.
I agree. I think just one Ceasing Edict and maybe the Sages. The Sages might just prod you to go to 3 a little earlier, to get that value if you do happen to see them. And if they die, they are, of course, preserved. So, try to grab them back, and or they'll go ahead and help your ultimate anyway. On quick side,
True.
let's see. Disenchants, I could see coming in, especially if you believe your opponent is running fractal waves. They are
Yeah,
level
we
3 now.
didn't actually see any Fractal of Waves from Koya, did we?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
not running
think
them.
they are running them,
Nope,
but
didn't bother.
you might think that. Uh,
Absolutely.
Vanish from sight. I don't expect staggering. I could see a Heavenly Guide as well. I think we've seen a lot of Heavenly Guide one inside boards.
Hmm.
If you, yeah, if your opponent's 3 and you think that they could Dungeon Guide, you might swap in that Heavenly Guide.
That seems completely reasonable, especially in the sort of mirror high level matchup that we're in.
Uh, yeah, last but not least, I guess that single Topsy Decree could make it in if you imagine that you're gonna go ahead and eat all their floating.
Yeah, there is a decent chunk of float coming out of Koya here, so wouldn't surprise me to see the Topsy Decree come in. I don't think it would surprise me either to see Nocturne's Oblivion come in, since being able to get rid of almost anything at fast speed seems
Yeah,
pretty helpful against that kind of defensive wall that Koya was putting up.
yeah. Let's take
I
a
mean,
look.
I guess a lot of that depends on how much Quick is worried about allies, since Koya didn't really show much besides the allies. And I'm not sure if Quick is going to be ready for Shukong once Shukong comes out. Oh, Shukong has Spell Shroud anyway, doesn't it?
Shukang is spell shroud.
Ah, all right. Never mind. Nocturne's Oblivion stays in the board.
Yeah, I think in general, I agree. I don't think Quick put in any nocturnes. Because they can, I mean, they can get around all of these Hydra guards. They can, and clearly, I mean, they can have a completely different game plan, right? That isn't even necessarily huge swings
Yep.
with Ku.
Absolutely. Well, this game is already moving pretty fast. Koya going into turn 2 here, immediately becoming Kongming level 1, getting one of those Hydro Guard retainers down, and starting to take advantage of the card advantage engine that is Kongming in general. Spinning
Yeah.
towards success.
I think seeing a Hydra guard retainer in hand, in your initial hand, I think definitely changes these openings, and we can see that Koya was even willing to give up one of the 4 diamonds.
Hmm. Yeah, perfectly willing to toss a couple of cards just to make sure that Kongming came out earlier and that these Hydro Guard retainers started getting active on time, really.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, and we've seen Fire Seal last season and such. So, and even here, uh, their big ally is really Carter. Otherwise, Hasty's not going to get through. Dungeon Guy's not going to get through. If they play their Liminal Guide, that's still not getting through. So you're not taking any of that chip damage. You're making
Mhm.
Quick actually just do everything in one go.
Yeah, Quick, meanwhile, taking it real slow here. Backup Charger into Turbocharge, so getting a lot of influence, but not moving forward up that leveling chain yet.
Yep.
Hasty pitching, I think that is a
I think
gentle
it's a
respite.
gentle. Yes.
Yeah. So starting to get that float set up as well. Ah, okay, okay. So Koya just wanted to get to level 1 quickly, and now we're seeing the influence build again. So the backup charger here wouldn't surprise me at all to see the diamond ribbon next turn, just building up that influence, getting a huge amount of cards in hand to deal with whatever Quick is presenting, and taking it a little bit slowly in order to go up to level 3.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see. I mean, we could see another Fracturize into a Paladin. Uh, Seeing another Hydro retainer would actually just be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely
Uh,
would.
I think honestly, especially because Quick did not level that turn. If you saw another Hydro Guard, I think you just go ahead and try to take out that Hasty.
Yeah, that actually doesn't seem like the worst idea. I mean, leaving it on board for Quick to just keep getting advantage out of seems a little painful. But a lot of it is going to depend on what kind of allies Koya has available, what kind of damage sources Koya has available to clear that up, because the deck doesn't really have a lot of them. It's very defense focused, so there's not a lot of aggression here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking to get to 3 to really deals damage, and that's something that we've seen a lot with Terra Kongming, where you've kind of like Neos, just getting to 3 is essentially that's really the start of your victory. Everything before is, yeah, it's just living. A No, okay, a Frostborn Paladin, no buff because there was no floating. But that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and take out that Hasty.
I respect this. You lose a little bit of your own influence advantage, but you are robbing your opponent of kind of a similar influence
Oh,
advantage. So it makes a lot of sense.
yeah. Okay. Actually, here, this makes a lot of sense. Dredging streams. So we're gonna not only take out their floating memory there, but we'll also unlock dredging streams as our own floating memory on level 2.
Yep. Unfortunately, not quite early enough to bring that Frostborn Paladin fully online, but still a fair trade here. I think this is moving in the direction that Koya wants to move, while at the same time slowing Quick down a little bit to hopefully not make it as easy for them to just completely run away with the game like they did in game one.
Mhm. Yeah, it's interesting. So I mean, we still have, of course, 2 cards for omens, so we're still perfectly on track for our omens.
Yeah, a little bit more expensive, had to pull some cards from hand, but still moving forward on the omens and ready to start playing the game, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put both of the decks, right? You've these both of these decks really like being their champion. Case in point here, heavy swing being discounted. Now it's gonna just yeah, I was gonna say it's probably just gonna obliterate this Hydro Guard retainer here.
Yeah, and Quick definitely recognizes that while dealing damage to Koya is important, it's not as important as preventing Koya from drawing roughly 1,000,000 cards. Anything to put Kong Ming just a little bit further on the back foot, trying to prevent them from going a little bit too hard. So this is a Quicksilver Grail
Grail.
out of Kong Ming.
Yeah, we'll get that new RDO art. Uh, let's see what's under it.
So my suspicion, I think the usual here is Covenant of Thorns.
The usual is Covenant of Thorns.
Could also
That
be a
being said,
Wand of Frost.
yeah, I was gonna say I think it's Wand of Frost. We're not yet level 2. I don't think we're going to do they. Oh no, we don't. Yeah, we don't even run dungeon guides, so we weren't looking to go to some sort of quick play to save ourselves by uh, yeah, Thornsing our own Frostworn. So
But this
yeah,
does
I
look
think
like a good way to prevent Carter from clearing any future board that we might have.
mhm, I agree. Yeah, and I mean, Quick has got to be thinking what's under it.
Yep.
But like you said, I think most people, their initial thought was just like, well, Thorns.
Interesting. If it's Wand of Frost,
Mhm.
do you save the Paladin here?
I think it depends. So you've still got to pay for it.
That's true. Yeah, you have to have the float available in order to be able to turn that into the card because you don't want to be just spending cards out of your hand for that.
Yeah. So we do see an Ameliorating Mantra. Looks like we're gonna go to level 2 here. Is that another frost?
Okay.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe they didn't save it because they had another Frostworn, and they're willing to play it later. But okay, that's fine. I mean, we could still, of course, have another Frostworn. Uh, coming level 2. So maybe maybe it is Thorns. Maybe it's a really it's a long term
That is
setup.
that is a late game play.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those weird things, right? It's like it wouldn't be surprising, but at the same time, I would be very surprised if that was Thorns
Right.
actually.
Right. Yeah. Like it's one of those things that's like, oh yeah, that's kind of a typical play, except Koya's only at level 1 right now, and well, I guess now moving into level 2. So
Yeah.
maybe the game plan is move a little bit quicker this game in order to get the Terra stuff online. But a lot of that is going to depend on what Koya has available.
Yeah, I'm definitely very interested in their hand. It's obviously our influence is not as large as last game. Uh, okay.
Quick in Koya's end step, responding to the Shifting Mastery trigger by Flam Silcel.
Is that
Is
a
that sending?
that's a gentle? Looks
Yep,
like.
yet another gentle respite, sending to the yard, getting more float. So probably looking to go to level 2 here, which would make a decent amount of sense with kind of that omen list that Quick already has. So that's going to be a decent amount of value if they manage it here.
Yeah. There's that north to south action.
Yep, that
even
extra
even
card.
without our Hydro Guard, yeah. And yeah, like you said,
Yeah, I mean the real trick is with 2 Hydro Guards you get 2 cards every turn instead of the 1.
see, yeah, but you see, they're just that much closer to decking out. It's okay. Just let them do it.
Absolutely. That's definitely what Fire CL wants to see.
Creative shock in response. I like it. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
I really love these responses to
Yeah, yeah,
level
this
two
is
CL
so
decks.
good. Just like, "Hey, maybe I draw the liminal."
Yeah, maybe it just really works out for me,
Mhm.
especially with our omens here. Could be really good. Waiting for a response. All right, let's see it. Okay, yep, there's a liminal.
Oh, good. I wish I had those cards. I wish I had those hands. This is exactly the way CL wants to be played. This is so good, so clean. Get that extra card, get that extra body on the board, start to putting a little bit of pressure on your opponent and setting yourself up real well in order to get to level 3 and do some really terrible things.
Yeah, just like last game, we also don't need our turbocharge.
Mhm.
We'll ditch that.
Fu
Oh,
Awakening going into the graveyard. I
awakening.
think that's also completely reasonable. It's just as good there. Yet
Yeah,
another one of those things. It's like, okay, if you have if you have the Fu, you don't need a second one since you're not going to be able to play multiples at a time. And then once you have the two of them kind of trading places with each other in your omens, that's very powerful.
yeah. It is a. It's another one of those little moves where an opponent might see it and go, "Oh, they probably just have a second one."
Yeah, definitely. There's no question.
Yeah, because otherwise, why would they give it up?
Mhm.
Dungeon Guide. So we're seeing. I mean, we're seeing and I'm sure Quick would desire it. A pretty close repeat of the previous game for that big turn in
Yeah.
level two.
Yeah, this does look like Quick is 7ing up for it. On the other hand, Koya's a little bit closer to level 3 this time, and has the ability to
Has
drop
the
that
engulf.
engulf on the DG, so that's very clutch.
Yeah, I think going to level two, that extra one turn faster for Koya, uh, I mean that changes the entire tenor of the game there with that engulf.
Mm,
See, yeah, just going end of turn.
yep, getting that Omen in there, so building up the attacks, I think that's 4 Omens now for Quick. Or is that 3? Am I Yeah, that's 3 actually.
Three,
I
three,
count
yeah.
tried to count some of the art on the
Well,
playmat.
going to level three, it seems actually getting our dredging streams, Throne Keeper, and one other card leaving. Throne Keeper, Bullfrog. Everyone loves Throne Keeper, Bullfrog.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Nobody
Just a,
doesn't love an
yeah,
0-4 taunt.
he's just a guy. Level three Kong Ming. So this unlocks, like you said, we're able to spin around now with cards. And okay, yeah, we'll see. Oh, Nature's a wait. Is that Nature's Appeal? Yeah,
I did come in. All
did come
right.
in. We were wrong.
Yeah, I kind of assumed that from game 1, Koya would play it as if, oh, Quick is going to be a little bit too fast for this kind of stuff to matter. But uh this is kind of a +1 in Terra.
Yeah, especially this is all in recollection. It seems so. Putting that Fracturize into our material deck preserve. So preserve cards do go face up. Our opponent can see them, and they would have seen them anyway. They are revealed.
Mhm.
But just showing a pocket Fracturize, I think, is a very interesting move there.
Yeah, so this is telling Quick that his Manxum Armoire is on notice.
Oh, okay. Extricating touch.
Wow, your hand is also on notice. No
Yeah.
cards are safe, Quick.
So what are we looking for here, Jim?
I
That
well,
extricating
definitely
touch?
want to get that extra Fu Awakening.
An extra Fu Awakening, yeah.
Yeah, if that gets found, that's definitely
Likely
something
in
we
hand. There it is. Yeah.
Mhm.
Abnegation, Topsy, Carter. Okay.
Yeah, Carter not as threatening on this board. There's not as many Hydra Guard retainers to keep to try and protect. Topsy, I wonder if Topsy is potentially a thing that Koya is going to get rid of, or if Koya is going to be like, "Nah, I can fight through one. I'm not too worried about it."
I have a feeling that they will just get rid of the Awakening.
Yeah, Fu Awakening I think is the most threatening thing in that hand. Topsy represents a turn in which you can't do damage. Fu Awakening represents a game in which you can't do
Okay.
damage.
Yeah, let's see. Although, one thing to take into account here, if you're Koya especially, is that our damage totals are very, very different than game one. 3-0. We've actually taken sort of that quote unquote like we're seeing that level 3 on level 3 uh battle here.
Yeah, starting from almost a blank slate, like you said, only 3 damage marked on CL, only 1 damage marked on Koya, even through the heavy swing that we had earlier on. So it's not like Quick has been doing nothing, right? He hasn't been idle. He's been
Yeah.
trying to get some damage through, but he's been working mostly to clear the board, and even the big damage that he's tried to send in has been mostly stalled by Koya's bag of water tricks.
Yeah, Maximum Armor War. So we saw the North South, and the Awakening was picked out of the hand. Probably
Yep, makes
Creative
sense.
Shock here.
So Quick is really going to need to do some work here, and Manx Armoire I think is going to be a big part of it because that's going to be able to get the foo back from the omens, even though the extra foo was tossed out of the hand. So Manx Armoire kind of sets you up again to be able to foo to begin with, and once you've gotten the one foo down, you've got enough omens usually to start using the level 2 lineage release in order to get access to the other foo once it gets omened. So this is potentially setting up for an instant 10 damage.
Yeah, I'm interested. I wonder if in memory previously was another dungeon guide, being
Returning
that we
the
are
last
not
of the
level 3.
archive. All right,
Okay. Yeah.
totally fair. So that is an extra float for the potential run up to 3 that we missed as a result of getting the dungeon guide engulfed. I'm not expecting to see another dungeon guide. I am expecting to see a hard level to 3 at this point.
Yeah, I agree. That would
The
be
Armoire is a fascinating choice.
Oh,
Ah,
no.
I see I'm wrong.
Well, see, all you have to do is draw the card that we don't know that you're gonna
Ah,
have.
my mistake.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, through the creative, through the turn draw, as well as the extra draw from archive, it's not unbelievable.
Mhm, mhm.
So pretty cool. We're gonna see 2 cards leave. It's gonna be one our Topsy and I'm not sure, but that's okay. We're now level 3 CL, and yeah, like you said, uh, now we have that all important possibility of grabbing our awakening or for awakening back, as well as lineage release when we have enough omens.
Yeah, so I actually, given the amount of influence that Quick has, not a whole lot, wouldn't surprise me to see a Fu sooner rather than later, especially because the Armoire slash Fu Awakening tricks that we now have available uh, do a decent chunk of damage and set you up to start drawing cards off of the attacks that are going to be coming in from the Inert Sword and the Grand Sonnerie.
Yeah, yeah, that's a really good point. Last time we saw for awakening set up, this massive attack. Here we're a little behind on omens, quote unquote. We only got 3, looking for 5.
Yep. So not quite there. Coming
Ooh.
in with a little bit of damage off of these attacks. Not getting the extra card advantage yet, but that is likely to be happening sooner rather than later, I think, depending on how Quick decides to go through stuff here. I think a
Yeah.
lot of it is going to depend on how valuable Quick thinks that their hand is. You know, if they have stuff that they want to keep back, if they have stuff that they want to play maybe next turn or the turn after, then that kind of sets the Fu Awakening game plan back a little bit. Um, but if their hand isn't necessarily that important, and I think for CL their hand isn't really necessarily that important unless they happen to have like a coup handy or they need a card to clear, they're probably going to move into getting the bigger attack sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. We did see a Coriolis ward go, and part of Kong Ming being able to spin from south to west to actually draw that card. Hydro Retainer.
Sure.
And
Now all the little spinny games can draw extra cards. So normally, Kung Ming's level 3 allows you to shift clockwise or counterclockwise. But in this situation, being able to go clockwise or counterclockwise a quarter turn is a full card draw with a Hard Regard Retainer on the board.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. And there are 2 Terrasites, just like we talked about, right, with the Bolt of Diamonds. But of course, 3 Terrasites will do just nicely to try to force card draw. Septernal Sage coming out.
Mm. Yep, this is going to be a big deal. That's yet more damage that Quick needs to go through. So keep in mind, last game, Koya did have a bit of damage marked on them and was only level 2. Koya now, level 3, the full 25, and fully recovered on this board with the Sempiternal Sage going through here. So that is literally all 25 damage in order to get through here. So that's going to be a lot of work for Quick to get through.
Uh,
I think,
ooh,
go ahead.
Grand Sonnery. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. I think when you're quick, so there's Carter in hand, so you're able to theoretically clear these allies. But I think it's really interesting. North south, of course, draws the card, and south being the direction that makes Ceasing Edict free. So even with two
Yeah.
cards in hand, there is still quite a danger. We'll see if it happens. Here comes Carter.
All right, so quick saving this Carter in order to deal with the Hydro Guard Retainer makes a whole lot of sense here. And, it's the kind of thing that you can hold back. Carter doesn't really do much on an empty board, but being able to knock out the Hydro Guard Retainer is a pretty huge deal.
Yeah. See if it looks like we're looking to resolve the attack there. Could it be a Ceasing Edict? Well, either way, let's see here. We've got 4 omens. We're looking for that magical 5 for CL's attacks, as well as the Grand Sonnery being very, very damaging. Carter is going to go through.
Yeah, there you go. No way to stop Carter, unfortunately for Koya. So Hydro Guard Retainer not going to provide the kind of value that they're looking for, I'm sure.
Yeah, and okay. I was going to say maybe they're saving it for this big attack, and looks like that's where it was. That's a pretty good
Yeah,
CC
this
to
is
me.
yeah, that is entirely reasonable here. You definitely don't want to let the big attack, and I guess it's not card draw yet. Only 4
Mhm.
omens, but that's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, I believe that Grand Sonnery was online with Omen cost 10 or more, so that was 4, 5, 6. Yeah,
Yeah,
quite a
pretty big
bit.
hit. Looks like a little bit of conversation about the life totals here.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out exactly where everybody is at. So the recovery from Carter, as well as the extra hit, looks like Koya is at 6 now, and then the Omen is going to put them at 8. I'm not sure if that's correct. I'm not sure if they've landed on the correct totals.
Yeah, I think it depends. We're seeing the Grand Sonnery get reset to 3. Okay, I think they're trying to figure out what happened there with the ceasing edict. Okay, yeah. 6 to 8 at end. Looks like we're good there. Pulling back our Sempiternal Sage from Preserve. So
Yeah,
yeah, I think
this
that
is
makes a lot of
this is
sense.
why the Sempiternal Sage is so scary. Is even if you kill it, it still comes back and starts recovering.
Yep. Uh 3, it can easily take out that Carter. Uh, Yep, going for recover. Yeah, I don't think there's anything actually. There's no reason for Koya to actually do the empower. I don't think anything in the. There's no leeching bolts. We
Mhm.
don't have any. Yeah, there's nothing that really works off empowering. Oh,
Yeah, there is very few level focused cards that I think are worth running. We did see Nature's Appeal, so that is
yeah.
one level focused card if the Empower was going to be relevant. But yeah, I think the recovery definitely more important here.
There's Imperial Countermeasure trying to save our Carter. Unfortunately, getting engulfed. Uh, but both fantastic cards from RDO, actually. You want to talk about countermeasure first? I guess it came out first. Uh, yeah, it's a deflecting edge, but real cool. At 3, prevents 4 as well as draws a card. Or 4, sorry, 4 and draws a card. That's crazy.
Yeah, very powerful card. Of course, Koya not going to let that go. This is the whole point of playing water is your opponent doesn't get to do things.
Yeah, and I think in RDO, no card says that better than engulf. Negate
Mhm.
target non-attack card activation. So that's pretty much that's almost everything. Well, I guess, yeah, everything that isn't an attack, I guess. So
Yeah.
The trouble there, of course, costing 6, but these level 3 decks, really easy to take advantage of it because you're going to be level 2, and that offers a steep discount.
Sure does. Quick materializing the Chalice of Blood here. Oh, are we finally seeing what's under the Grail?
It was a Wand of Frost.
All right.
Able to draw a card, allowing them to play the Fracturize.
Yes, no swords allowed. That is correct. Chalice of Blood, a great materialize here, though. Quick, I think, at 0 damage, not intending to use the Chalice of Blood anytime soon. But I think also the expectation is Koya is not going to leapfrog from 19 all the way to 30 through a Serene Fire lineage release. So, Quick definitely set up to draw 2 cards at some point, under the hope that that will give them the opportunity to clean up the game at that point.
Yeah. Okay, bringing back the Terrace site. It unfortunately this Sage just recovering each turn, making that a little harder for Quick.
Yeah, and Koya definitely playing
Turn.
the slow-paced inevitability game. I can keep recovering, I can keep my damage low. How much recover do you have in your deck? And, if the answer to that is I've got to deal 45 damage, then, I've got that kind of time available to me.
Another Hydro Guard. We also saw the Terrace site bring us back to North, so likely, yep, that allows us to draw a card either way, either Northwest or North-South.
Um, I think I may be confusing this game and game 1. Have we seen the Diamond Ribbon come out yet?
We have not.
Okay.
So there's there's even more influence to be had from the material deck.
I also think it's really interesting that with the Hydro Guard retainers out, the Diamond Ribbon at level or the Bolt of Diamond at level 3 is a free way to turn the winds.
Yeah.
So you could potentially just turn Diamond Ribbon or Bolt of Diamonds into real cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of it is, I mean, excuse me, once you have those terror sites in Preserve, I mean, a lot of times, we think about it like we're like, oh, hey, it's a free ring, right? Every turn, we're just gonna grab back our terror site, and with Kongming, that's really important because we get to just keep turning. So that influence is building. Quick has got to find something, I think, unless because otherwise this Sage is just gonna keep putting the game further and further out of reach, while also just you know, it's weird to say chipping in, but chipping in 3 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3 just isn't that much damage on this field, is it?
No, it's really weird to think about.
Yeah. I mean, the problem here is, for all of Koya's inevitability, they still need to make that happen in under 9 minutes, because the timer is going at its own rate, regardless of where this game is.
True. Players might like slow decks, but other players don't like players with their slow decks. So playing fast, especially on this inevitably kind of train, is important. We have more than enough omens for huge attacks. We're maximum armoire for the Carter. It looks like, but we'll see what they actually pick up.
Yeah, armoire here. I'm not necessarily sure if they need the extra options, although getting the Carter back with the Hydro Guard retainer on the board makes a lot of sense there too.
Yeah,
They are going to need something to sacrifice in order to be able to get the cleave, though, or in order to be able to get the power buff.
Yeah, I wonder if. Well, we'll see what Quick has in store. We do have Devouring Malice. So let's give it an option.
Is this going to be the +3/-3 or 3 damage to an ally?
Yeah,
yep,
like
3 debuff counters rather to an ally.
3 debuff, yeah.
Yep. Interesting. So Carter here does still deal 2 damage. So you could use Carter plus an Omen materialize to knock out the Hydro Guard retainer if you decided that that was the important aspect here. Quick instead just keeping it in hand and dealing some damage on the Omen. So passing the turn, moving on to Koya's next turn with not a whole lot done.
No, especially because that Sage, of course, gets preserved. So it can come back. I'm interested in the long term game plan of Quick here. I wonder. So we know he has Carter in hand, but haven't seen much else. Cerulean Decree.
I have a feeling that Quick's long-term game plan is Koya can't win in 6 minutes.
You know what? Honestly, that's not the worst game plan I've heard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's definitely getting to that point where it's like, okay, Terra Kong Ming, what is your win condition? Do you have Bagua Vital Demise? Do you have Shukong? Or are you just trying to kill me with 3 damage a turn off Sempiternal Sage?
Sages, yeah, and just drawing your whole deck in one
Right,
go.
because if you're just drawing your whole deck in the hopes of having 3 Sempiternal Sages on the field, like, I have a plan for that.
Yeah, that's true. Especially, yeah, and you've even telegraphed that. You said you can't just do that to me.
Mhm.
Well, here's our
I mean,
sage.
yeah, another 3 damage here, 3 damage there. That's okay. We've got abnegations. This is going to be all right.
Yeah, if if nothing else changed, that's still a 10 turn clock. Like that's
10
crazy.
to okay, do you think we can get 10 more turns on this timer?
Depends if Jukong comes out.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that Quick needs a game plan other than stay alive. And Quick is definitely set up to stay alive for quite a bit longer.
Yeah, there's a. I don't think we've already used the inert sword. We use our or what we had our grand sonnery. Yeah, there's just nothing. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out. You can nullifying lantern for fun, I guess.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, I
Yeah,
agree. You're just hanging out.
yeah, there's not a lot of ways to get damage here. Carter, of course, does a little bit of
Harder.
work. Not a lot of work, but like a little bit of work.
Okay, we're gonna use
Popping that
our
Wand of
Wand of Frost.
Frost, we do not want to get Cartered. Understandable. Thank you and have a nice day. But only coming in for 2, this Carter here. So, yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Don't take the 2, get Omened, and Hydra Guard Retainer is still sitting out on the board doing its thing.
yeah. I guess yeah. Like I think it really comes down to just when Koya draws slash sees that Jukong. Jukong. Let's see. Let's think about it. So I believe that's 6 plus 3, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Yeah,
13. We
with
picked up our Terrasite. Or okay, no,
yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and leave that in there. It looks like. Playing another Terrasite.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
We're drawing cards. I love it. I love it. When every materialize is an extra influence, that actually is pretty good.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
3 more damage, 3 more recovery. Oh no, knocking out Carter. Okay, understandable.
Anchor. Okay.
Carter is a pain to deal with, and Koya doesn't want anything getting in the way of them going down to 0 damage marked on their champion.
Uh, let's think. I don't know. Let's think through some lines here. Zukong deals 6 plus X to target unit you don't control, where X is the amount of preserved cards in your material deck, and it itself preserves 3 cards when it does so. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 6, 14. Even with fan, that's only 28. And
Yep.
you still gotta chew through that serene and any amount of protection. Like you said, I mean, it is probably likely that Quick is holding an abnegation in hand. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean it's like I think Shukong does win the game eventually, but when will eventually be? It's not now.
Yeah.
It's not next turn. It's probably not even the turn after that.
And it's got to be within 2 minutes 40 seconds and a little bit.
Yeah, regulation is vastly approaching the end here. So, not a lot more time for Koya to make their game plan known. And unfortunately, just being at 0 health for the rest of the game isn't enough to win the game or the match
Why?
when your opponent is up a game. Yeah, I
Yeah.
honestly, the best thing that could have happened to Quick is the thing that happened already, which is a quick game 1 and a long
Mhm.
game 2.
Yeah, and we're continuing it here. That ceasing edict, just showing all of our Carters. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, what else are you gonna do with them? Might as well put them in the omens.
that low influence, as well as just leaving that Chalice of Blood on field.
And that Chalice of Blood just being like, okay, well, eventually you'll get me to 20 damage, and then I'll draw like 2 more cards and abnegation it away.
What is
Like
Koya's input?
it's
Oh, there's just says another Sage. Let's
ah,
go.
doubling the damage output. Here we go.
Doubling the recovery.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, hitting 0. Oh man, Eternal Sage is basically Luxem Sight.
I don't know if Luxem players or Terra players are pleased to hear you say that.
All right, that's fine. I can take that. I can take that heat.
Yeah, you guys heard it first. Come at Jim. It doesn't matter. He'll deal with your sages. There's abnegation. Yeah,
Yep.
I had a great time, of course, because we wanted to recover as much as we could. 8 is a great number to recover. 0-0, less than a minute left.
Yep. Ah, this hurts. This hurts.
It's not necessarily the most exciting gameplay, but I get it. Like you said, sometimes your game plan is just maybe your opponent doesn't have their game plan either.
Yeah. Yeah, and at this point up a game, like Quick is sitting pretty. Quick is perfectly happy for this game to take as long as Koya needs. Just keep on recovering, just keep on staying out of range. What are you gonna do? Both players at 0-0 now? Like, come on.
You know what? My only question is quick, just bring out the lantern. Why not? It's just
Right.
there. You might as well have it out. Fantasy. Okay. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Koya doing some math here. Okay, I love this. Does Koya have enough to Shukong for the win on this turn?
So Zhukong would make 8 cards in preserved unless another card goes into preserve. Well, it's still the same math, isn't it? Because it's 8 plus 6 is 14. Fan makes it 28. So we need to see a few more cards go into preserve, though. It is possible.
Yeah, and there is the extra damage
Oh, well, you use the
from
extra
the
damage. Yeah,
Sempiternal
actually.
Spears.
Yeah. You know what? I forgot about that. And the Hydro
Oh,
Guard being
even the
turned.
Hydro Guard Retainer coming in. This is the first time all game.
Okay.
All right,
We are in
let's see
overtime.
it. So 5 cards in preserve right now. Shukong preserves another 3. So like you were saying, that hits for 14 per full activation of Shukong. And we're gonna get 2 of them. One off the fan, one off of the end of the turn.
Chris. All right. This could be it.
28 damage on top of the 7. No, because of Serene, that's still not enough.
Serene will complicate things. But here's the thing, right? In overtime, we're just getting our turns in. So
I mean, it's not like Quick is gonna crack back and kill Koya. So
yeah,
at this
exactly.
point, it's like you might as well do it. You're here. Do whatever it is you're gonna do. I mean, does Koya have any other ways to do a full rotate to get a 3rd activation of Shukong?
Another Sage. Okay. Go to 10. 10 plus 28. Should
Oh,
be
and then
enough.
another 3 on the next activation of Shukong. So it actually is 31 damage from Shukong. 31-41. So without an abnegation, Quick is actually dead here.
Yeah.
But there's still time for Chalice of Blood to hit.
Yeah. I was gonna say you're gonna take the hit. You're in Chalice of Blood. If you're holding another abnegation, you actually just win.
Unless Koya is holding another Engulf.
Ooh, that's true. Well, I believe they only have 1 card left in hand because of playing that Sage. Going 24. Chalice of Blood. I would say, yeah, in response.
Oh,
fan, and then.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, in
What is
response.
this?
Oh, that's strong.
What is this? Topsy.
Ooh. And this is in Quick's turn? I guess this is because Shukong activated at the end of the turn. Yes. And now we're in Quick's turn, I guess. But Koya's gonna get another turn here.
Yes, that is the trouble if you're quick. Now the fan has been used, which is great. If this is an abnegation, then it's gonna look real good.
But yeah, Koya I think was on turn 0. So
Ooh.
Quick's now on turn 1. When Quick passes, Koya will have turn 2. So Quick potentially has a turn 3 if we don't run out of overtime.
Yeah, only a minute and a half left. Jukong will kill at the end of this. Yep, just just turn it. Gonna release. Oh, our omen release. We
Oh,
can
is there an
do another
abnegation in the
Topsy.
omens? Oh, there's a
Or
Topsy in
abnegation.
the
There's a
omens.
Topsy and an abnegation in omens.
Oh, jeez.
And okay,
Now
yeah,
the
we're gonna
question
show a
is there
Topsy.
an engulf?
Oh, engulf!
Oh, there it is. So Koya actually turns this into a tie.
Yeah. I I mean, I wouldn't say it's surprising. It's just more like you said, sometimes your enemy is the timer, right? You gotta
Yeah.
you gotta actually get through these games. But if you're Koya, why not turn into a tie from just a straight up
Yeah, I mean,
one
if you're
zero
going to take
loss,
the
right?
loss, you might as well tie it.
Yeah. So
Well,
you know what? Pretty exciting, even though it was. I mean, probably for a lot of people, it was a bit stally. But I think the interesting thing about these kinds of games is, how do they stall? How do you make sure that your deck actually gets there at the end? And Zhukong with the fan is right now, to me at least, probably the epitome of that, actually.
yeah, that was honestly really cool to watch. Yes, a bit of a slow game, definitely a grindy matchup, but there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of counterplay. So it was really cool to see, like, you do this, I do this. There's a lot of kind of
Mhm.
exchange of opportunity there, you know? I really like to see it when players have thought out what their opponent is going to do and can get into that position and then be like, okay, you're going to do this thing, but I have the answer. I have a plan for whatever it is that you're going to do, and then we're going to move on, and I'll have a thing that I can do, and then maybe you have a plan for it, maybe you don't, but like it's a lot of interaction. I definitely like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've said it before, but that's one of the things that I really love about Grand Archive is the level of interaction. The amount of things that you have to consider, what your opponent can do, and I love that. Of course, some of them are in hand, some of them are presented on field. Things like that Chalice of Blood, things like the Quicksilver Grail, uh, just showing your opponent what's possible, and then going, but you didn't think about this, and having the answer, of course, at the very end. Having that engulf, uh, huge. But also
Huge.
seeing how many cards at the end. I think there was like 12 in influence, right? Because they had to pick it up after Zhukong. So it's not unwarranted, but respect to Quick, you've got to try.
Absolutely. So I gotta ask you, PCal,
Mhm.
if we had gone to a game 3, who
Yes.
do you think would have taken it? And keep in mind that game 3 would be CL on the play. So CL getting the first turn, getting the first
Yeah.
materialize, having that extra advantage.
I think I would go with CL for that one. Uh, I think that Calming Terror deck is actually pretty strong, but the biggest thing is it's a large set of influence. So yeah, I think game three, for better or worse, I think CL would have taken it.
I can't find it in myself to disagree.
All right.
But on the heels of that
Mhm.
fantastic match, we do have to send you to a quick break before we move on to round 4. That will be the end for me, but Lineage Break Joyboy will be coming back to take my place, so you will have a full set of awesome casters to take you into round 4. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you back again for round 4 in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. All right, we'll see you a bit. Hello and welcome back to another Grand Archive Weekly with Serene Balance Productions and True Champion Gaming. I am PerfectKalcium, and with me is a Lineage Break Joy Boy. Welcome back from round two, sir.
Hello, hello. It's good to be back for this final round. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I don't know if you saw the previous. I don't know if you saw the previous match. It was a little long, a little
Yeah, it
grindy.
was a it was a bit of a long one. I did see the that's kind of how it goes sometimes.
Mhm.
You have these decks that are like so good at not dying, but they're not the best at like finishing the game, so you're stuck in a bit of a rock and a hard place situation.
Yeah. Sometimes I just gotta wait for my opponent to be like, I don't want to play anymore, dude.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm gonna leave.
No, I feel that. I feel that you just sometimes you have to know when to be the person that's like, you know what, this game is never finishing. Obviously, if you're in a good spot, you're not that person. But like, if you're not, you gotta be like, should I just like concede here? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I
Yeah.
can win though. Who knows? I've
I mean, we've
definitely
seen
been in some situations like that.
yeah. Yeah, we've seen that, sometimes with game one where we said like, you know what, actually, being smart, you're gonna concede here, and then we're gonna roll into game two and
Right.
three and see what happens.
Yeah.
Uh, Speaking of game one, two, and three, we're actually gonna go to round four game here in just a little bit. We just got the decks. I like them a lot, actually.
Oh, this is interesting.
These are
It didn't take long at all for this deck to come back, huh?
well, no, and we just talked about potentially why. We've got fire slimes, Axis on fire slimes, and Kidder Fox on KFC. Like, oh, okay, I didn't even notice that Goja with her bucket of KFC. there. That's pretty good. When did we make
I
that? I
love
don't know.
that. I love
That's
that.
good. That's good.
That's so good.
Uh,
Yeah, fire slimes, we've mentioned baby gray slime now unbanned. Uh on top of the fact that now they still get baby silver slime. Um so I mean, I feel like everyone kind of accepted this to come back even a little bit. Shout out to my main man Neatful. I'm sure he's excited for the unban of this card. And then KFC on the other side, just another super good aggro deck. Like I said, Goja's ultimate, very, very good. Although I don't think they use it particularly well. I think you can discard. I think you can still use the discard to draw a card, put quest
yes.
counters part of it. So like that might be good enough to be running KFC. Um,
Uh,
taking a look at the
in,
list.
say,
Let's
in our case, we're
see.
not seeing it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
this
see any
looks
auspicious.
Yeah, so this looks like a pretty standard KFC list. We're going all damage only.
Yeah, one thing I saw out of the slimes list already, going ahead and banishing one of our fabricator slimes, a new slime, which is I like that slime. I like his eyebrows. I think it's very very funny. Uh, and yeah,
Yeah.
it just creates baby slime tokens. So a little bit of a wild.
There's a lot of good slimes in RDO actually. There's a lot of good slimes and a lot of good slime cards. I
Mhm.
know I was talking with Mr. Tyler once in love that he's interested in like wind slimes. I was talking about how I'm interested in water slimes, stuff like that. We see fire slimes here, so lot of new cards.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of room for slimes, and of course, people are they're testing, like you said, they're testing every kind, including norm slimes,
Yeah.
just to see to take advantage of a lot of these really neat new slime cards. Here in this list, we
This is
saw the fabricator
interesting.
slime. What else is it? Oh, inferno slime. We'll likely see one of those. They're pretty neat.
Yeah. We see a creative shock here from Mr. or from Killer Fox, but discarding a Suzaku's command is interesting.
Okay.
Usually not a card you want to discard. The other options in the hand must just be too good to lose. Or we have multiple copies. That's That could also be a factor.
Yeah,
Leveling up to Goja.
I think a lot of times, just like previous game, when we saw the Fur Awakening get thrown to the yard, that sometimes is a signal that they have, more than one.
Yeah, definitely.
Fine.
That's the only time I would ever think to discard Suzaku's command. That card is so good. Ooh.
Ooh, this is
This is
interesting.
this is a nice new card. I love all of the avatar of cards, like Avatar
Mhm.
Genbu, Avatar of Suzaku, Avatar of Byako. They're all so good. They're all just cards that like you you pretty like actively want to put them in the deck because they're just like that good.
Yeah, I think they're very well. What's to say? I almost said suited, but that is that's one of our archetypes.
Yeah,
I
nice.
think they mirror the Senju, that they're supposed to represent pretty well. In this case, Suzaku just being a 4/3, which is really crazy. In addition
Yeah.
to, of course, being able to put quest counters or get back our Ruby Fatestone if something were to happen. So yeah, I mean that's a big ally to have on board right here, especially with no slimes. You know, being out. That being said, we've essentially turboed ourselves to 3 dungeon guide, get our free ethereal slime for the turn with no responses. Yep, we're gonna go ahead and throw our Tengu, get our buff counter.
We have
So
a 5/5 stealth true sight. We have just enough cards to
oh,
banish the Avatar Suzaku here, so swinging into it would be not particularly good. Ooh.
yeah, but we do have I believe that was a 3 buff counter lustrous slime. So actually, yeah, and our Lost Provenance. So gone from nothing on board to quite a decent amount on board. Something we've seen out of Slime Sylvie previously, and enhanced by fire, right? We getting that cremation ritual. You terraframe, you art terraframe, rather.
Yeah, I
All
mean
right.
this luminous slime is enormous. Luckily, like Suzaku's command does give unblockable and unpreventable, but
Mhm.
we are a couple quest counters away from flipping the Fate Stone into Suzaku. We do have the avatar of Suzaku, which will help us, but you see the Terraframe getting popped here.
Lost Provenance, refilling our hand here, and yeah, actually, so what's our game plan here? Unfortunately, this lustrous slime, uh, just really big. Terraframe.
I mean, I think you just have to. I think you just have to like kill it, right? You got to try to get rid of it
Mhm.
somehow, or you can, build enough influence slash counters where you have a turn of smoke bombs through it for like lethal. But I think it's gonna be a little bit hard to get through all of it, especially with something like a Terrafring on the board.
Yeah, Goja already at 14 damage,
Yeah.
so pretty tough.
Yeah, you do also just have to deal with a 5/5 that's gonna hit you in the face every turn, which is definitely not something you can ignore. So
Yeah. Baby Silver Slime as well, just that extra taunt, even if you were to smoke bombs or get through something, you
yeah,
got one extra slime to go through. So Suzaku in kind of a tough position. See how they work through it. Let's look at their deck a little bit.
I don't know if there's anything that they can do to just
Uh,
get through this enormous lustrous slime. I think they
Yeah,
have to.
no.
I think they have to either smoke bomb it or just get through it a different way.
Yeah.
I can't see exactly the amount of quest counters that we have yet.
Let's
The
see.
the dice is a little obscured, but we should be.
I believe it's 2 because we used 2 on Suzaku,
Yeah,
or well,
that makes
Avatar
sense.
for Suzaku. Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right. Yeah, this is and the terraforming
Yeah.
be on board as well. So could be a very, very quick game one here in favor of fire slimes.
Yep. I mean, if we don't have an answer, I think I think it might be over. We do have a Goja level 2 blessed Scion, which we're looking to level into with the discard of the liminal guide there to stave off a little bit more damage, but we I think we are pretty close to dead here, especially because we damage ourselves every turn as well.
Yeah, presenting seven on Sylvie's presenting seven on board. We're gonna take an extra one on our recollection from our own Ruby Fatestone.
Yeah.
So 15, 7. Yeah, that would be, I believe, exactly lethal if nothing else changed. A little guide, grabbing us an extra card. Yeah, just not big enough to take out that lustrous slime.
Yeah, and if you kill the lustier slime too, Sylvie recovers as well. So like, yeah, I think the writing is on the wall here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you also can't just sort of value take out that baby silver slime because they'll just go ahead and draw a card. So even getting rid of
Yeah.
one of the taunters doesn't help you.
So we go to 15 here. I don't think we have enough to flip Suzaku either. So okay. Oh wow, yeah,
Oh,
three. We had three. We had three Suzaku's command in our in our opening hand. I think.
Vermilion.
Okay, so we're both drawing cards.
Suzaku's command
This
on
this
Suzaku adds how much? 4, right? Yeah.
it adds 8 if you're targeting the Shenju.
Is it?
I guess sorry. It hits
Yeah.
it hits 4/8 is what I mean.
Yeah. Hits 4,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, adds 4. Sorry, yeah, hits for 8.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, if you did play both Suzaku's, that would add 8 for 12. I mean, you could theoretically get there. You just got to get Suzaku, which
Ooh,
maybe
okay.
we're gonna get 2 extra counters here.
So, yep. How many cards do we have in hand? Do we have enough for Suzaku's command?
Gonna go ahead and flip over Suzaku.
Okay.
Let's see. I believe there's 4 cards in hand, but that won't be enough. Gotta have
So
6.
Suzaku's command will be 8, which would put you to 25. No. 20.
No, we need 12. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is both Suzaku's commands. So
Yeah.
if it's possible and we get to play both,
Yeah, they have to be Suzaku's commands because otherwise we taunt through them.
yeah, looks like okay.
Looks like we're
Gonna go ahead
choosing
and
to take it
leave
back.
Suzaku.
Our opponent lets let him take back the Suzaku flip. It's that's nice of them. not not necessarily threatened. It looks like. We'll see if
Yeah,
we
I
can
mean,
do anything about. We did see the restorative flames in hand, so
Mhm.
we know there's a bit of a life buffer here. This does also mean that you can't bring out your Gorja if it comes back. Oh god.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay. Well.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah,
Yeah.
there's that
Well.
covenant of
Okay.
thorns. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, go ahead and Suzaku's command.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
don't mind.
now it probably won't matter because you'll recover anyways, and the damage will be moved. Here's another 5 coming at you.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's a Storm Slime in hand. We saw a little counting of the banishment there. Short of Flame, just like you said.
So this heals for 6 if you choose all 3. So
It's gonna go for 1. The Avatar, it looks like. That's interesting. I wonder, since we don't, I mean, the game is likely to end of the next 2 turns or so, right? So Do
Yeah.
you think that keeping fire cards for Suzaku is important, considering
I think
our opponent's board state?
I think the big thing is that you only need 3, right? Because you're not often gonna like double kill Suzaku. So as long as you can like kill her once, bring her back, and swing again, I think all you need is 3 cards. Anything more than that is like fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
yeah,
slime.
he's
So,
dead. This is what's the? Do we have a slime count? I
well,
know
I
we see
believe
1
it
at
is.
least.
I believe it's 4 or 5.
Yeah, I don't think it'll particularly matter, seeing as we're sitting at 14. Uh, and the storm slime itself will hit you for 3.
Yeah.
So it looks like
Looks like
4, I believe.
yeah. I think 4 were presented there.
Do we have a second restorative flame?
I don't think so. There's also, I believe, Killer Fox only has 2 in hand.
Yeah, is it 2 in hand?
Or I could be wrong. Could be 3.
Oh no,
Oh,
yep.
okay. Never
Here
mind.
we go. Here we go. Second restorative flame. This does mean all of our, well, all but 2. We have staved off the lethal here, but I wouldn't say this is a particularly good situation to be in, seeing as that Covenant of Thorns is on the luminous slime or lustrous slime.
Yeah.
If we have something like Shadow the Brittle, it might be okay.
Hmm. The slime itself is 8. Let's see. We need to clear 12 damage, just like last time. We'll get an extra one. 11. I believe it's possible. But like you said, yeah, we gotta find something. Shatter the Brittle would be perfect right now.
Yeah, we have to find a way to get rid of the Covenant of Thorns, because Suzaku uh plus double oh god, Suzaku's command is 12.
Yeah, but we've got to use at least one Suzaku's command if we're gonna take out
Right.
that.
So we need
How many
Shatter the
cards?
Brittle, Suzaku's command, and then swing.
Yeah, there are only 3 Suzaku's command in the entire deck. So, okay, another Avatar, Suzaku.
Okay, so
Okay, I can see
so
it.
5
We're just
damage
gonna,
coming at the lustrous slime.
yeah, just try to clear. Ooh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cards in hand for Kidder. Okay, yeah, there still aren't enough for the double Suzaku, so you're pretty fine with just your baby gray there. All right, gonna draw a card off it.
Yep. Reveal late baby red slime. The lustrous slime is still on the board though, so
Well, but it is rested. Although you're right, the Covenant of
yeah,
Thorns is
it's
all
still
that
the
matters.
Covenant of Thorns is still on it though.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it looks like we are going
has
to
a
a
turn.
game 2.
Yep.
That makes sense. You know, it is hard to get through the Covenant of Thorns, right? Especially because if you do kill the lustrous slime, I mean, not Gorgeous, sorry. Sylvie will just recover as well, so lethal
I
is
think
a little bit too far away.
yeah, I think it's funny. You know, before when slimes were ascendant, everyone was like, "Oh, Sylvie, Sylvie," but recently Goja has sort of been
Yeah,
the
yeah.
neighbor on the block, right? Yeah,
Yeah, no,
when we say
Goja has
tamer, we
definitely
Goja.
like taken over the the tamer slot as the force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, yeah. Well, force to be reckoned with. Fire. Here's fire slimes coming back.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
we're back. We didn't see a single baby gray slime, but you know,
Ban it
if the
again.
deck
They didn't need it.
if the deck works this well without baby gray slime, then Imagine when we do actually get to play that card.
All
Uh,
right.
let's hop quickly into sideboards, see if there's anything we can do. Let's see. We have one Shadow the Brittle, which is always going to be good. Like we said, it would have been really good if we had it there. We had two in the main, so bringing in a third one will be great.
Mhm.
Infernal Vessel is fine. We don't recover too much, so I don't think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see
Resolute
what
Stand,
else to
probably
replace.
not. Probably also not terrible. It's tough when you're supposed to be the aggro deck, right? Because anytime you side in defensive cards, you're kind of, you know, watering down your offensive game plan a little bit, which you don't particularly want to do. I think if I had to guess, I would probably do Shatter the Brittle and maybe one more Suzaku's Command and just try to go for a full I'm gonna kill you uh, game plan.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's anything else to do. I mean, I could see a thing where you imagine smoke out coming in for yeah, for small ethereals, but
Mhm.
it's likely not worth it.
Yeah, like how I mean, it might be the case that like you bring in or you play an ethereal that's like a 3/3 instead of the 5/5 that we saw on board, but
Yeah.
most
Okay.
of the time, you're gonna have a 5/5 stealth true sight that enormous slime on the board.
Yeah. Looking at the slime player, looking at Axis sideboard, we got one Quicksilver Grail, one Verdant Scepter, three Disenchant, two Resolute Stand, and four Twilight Slimes. Uh, ooh, maybe Grail, just so you can, hide your Covenant of Thorns under it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Grail is actually not a terrible idea considering how. I mean, Grail has always kind of been Sylvie's, or I guess like Slime Sylvie's kind of go-to divine relic,
Yes.
in previous years. So, like you said, exactly four things like, your Covenant of Thorns or your Scalestone Band, sort of pre-errata. I definitely wouldn't be upset if that card came in. Verdant Scepter is also probably okay. Uh, it's a good source of card draw, which is really good, and you get
Mhm.
to buff your slimes, which is always going to be really good, especially like we saw the luminous slime with or luster slime with like tons of counters on them.
Yeah, I could see Verdant Scepter coming in. I could see Verdant Scepter coming in, but Quicksilver Grail is most likely.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, everything else pretty clean. Let's see here. All right. Players have sided in, moving on to game two. So, compared to our grind match before, this is it's an aggro deck versus I don't think slime or I don't think Fire Sylvie Fire Slime Sylvie is necessarily aggro per se, but it's definitely much faster than our
Yeah.
Randy decks.
You do have access to like a fair amount of like early intercept and taunts too, which is like actually pretty good. Especially against, now that we have like Avatars Zaku, right? That's gonna punch you for 4 every turn. So negating at least a little bit of them is always gonna be good. And you always get to draw a card. Here it is.
He's back. The boy's
Revealing
back.
the baby gray slime off of the blissful calling. We're more than likely gonna see that card played as well. It's always good. That card was really good.
Yeah. Big thing with it was that it drew directly to hand, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
great. Everyone loves drawing cards, so ooh, okay,
Ooh.
this is a very aggro turn
Yeah.
here.
This is like super aggro.
To Impact Hammer. So likely Heated Vengeance.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine is coming at us.
Let's see it.
I wonder why we didn't play our Our baby gray slime.
Yeah,
There
it'd
it
be great
is.
actually in this moment.
It would be.
Oh, okay. Well,
Ooh,
a
we have a
response.
response.
Yeah, what's our response?
Oh, okay.
Shock.
Creative shock. Yep.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Watching a slime eruption.
Oof. Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay.
Uh. 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 Well, I see.
Look at that. Look at
That's.
that. Okay.
Oh
Great.
well.
For everyone who
Moving
missed it. Yeah. Everyone who missed it.
moving on swiftly into game 3. Blink and you missed it. Uh, I I I don't know why not play Baby Gray Slime. I mean, you would have saved 9 damage there.
Yeah, I have to imagine with the creative shock, that was some that was this was the greed we were warned about, I think.
Yeah,
You know,
this is. Yeah, I think that was definitely like biblical level. This is a greed
yeah.
they talk about in the Bible.
This was something. Yeah, we've been told about this.
Yeah.
I
You
think
know,
I think
I
that's
wonder.
yeah.
I wonder if Axis has been playing since MRC because I think, I think if you were an active player in MRC, there's no world where you like don't play your
Like the
baby gray slime when like Icebound Slam is still a thing and all these other cards are like insane turn 1 openers.
yeah, I'm man. I mean, that's the kind of thing. I mean, that's just that's this kind of Grand Archive, right? Where okay,
Yeah.
the greed. We're gonna
Oh my.
baby gray into oh, dropping a card there. That does happen. Baby gray into cremation. So I wonder, are we learning our lesson?
Oh, okay. It looks like we knocked over some cards from the top of
Yeah,
our deck. Oh no, sorry. That was our hand. It seemed
the hand.
like.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it seems like he knocked over 3 cards right as he went to draw 3 cards. So.
Oh, you mean the perfect? All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job, everybody.
Yeah. Well
That's
done.
actually.
Good job following the script, everyone.
I always feel like it's one of those things where you're like, I'm doing something wrong, but technically I did it right. All right, a little less aggro, but still three of hearts. That's a three of hearts, fantastic card for many fire decks. But in this case,
Yeah.
being able to ditch fire as well as just push this damage while there's no babies on board.
Yeah. Both of the 3 of cards, like the 3 of hearts and the 3 of diamonds, are all really good. The 3 of spades as well is like also a really good card.
Yeah, this. I mean, I think it's part of our. In Grand Archive, we think a lot about 3-cost allies, and so
Right,
I
yeah.
mean,
The
they're
3
all
costs 2
very
3, the golden stat line, right?
yeah, they're all very well costed at 3 and have really good cardistry abilities.
Yeah.
All right, leveling to Sylvie, we're gonna play our silver. Or no, this is another gray.
And we're
Oh man.
not gonna cremation ritual this one.
Well, it's got a buff counter on it, so that would be
Yeah,
unwise.
that is true. And we're not gonna turn it sideways. We don't swing with it. Oh,
Oh,
okay. Maybe
okay.
we do swing with that one. We keep our 1/1 as a taunter and swing with our 2/2.
They
No, no,
could
no.
be trying to take out the heart, the 3 of hearts with this move. Okay, 3 of
Ooh.
hearts. Oh, hey,
Oh.
ooh.
Letting it go, not activating cardistry in response.
That's interesting.
Yeah, must not have a card that
Do they
he
want to
wants
go?
to yeah,
Yeah.
that you want to let go and also doesn't want to blind it as well.
That's interesting.
Ooh,
Pepper Chef.
the Peppered Chef. I love this card actually. I'm not a fire player, but Peppered Chef is like probably one of my favorite fire cards.
Peppered Chef is one of those cards, when my opponent plays it, my brain goes, right, they were going to do that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then I lose the game. I go, oh, man.
Yeah. I
Hey,
kind of want to
Brazilian.
try Peppered Chef in fire water Nico.
Ooh, Firewater Nico.
We can play one of our float allies and you can either primordial ritual it or you can pepper chef it.
I like it. I like where your brain's
I
at.
will I will report back with my findings if the card
Please
is good or
do.
if it's good or not.
Escape the wreckage? Okay, yeah. Our baby Silver lives to taunt another or intercept another day. So I think that's actually pretty good. Not only getting our baby Silver back so we can get another card,
Yeah.
unless it leaves right now, but also escape the wreckage, going neutral, going to Silver 2. We do have an animal on board, so we're gonna to draw a card. So pretty good all in all. Well, we did hit, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's the risk we took.
Yeah. I mean we ooh, okay.
Oh,
Is that Avatar Suzaku, and Blazing Throw? Yeah, it seems
it
like it.
is indeed those cards.
Okay, so
No,
we
already 4
might be
counters.
able to go to level 3 here. So we killed the baby gray in response to the on enter, I believe, so that we didn't get to draw the extra card.
Yes.
And then we might see a dungeon guide.
Yeah. Here it comes. Yeah, we could see that same fantastic, turn
Yeah.
that Sylvie has. Yep.
Oh, you know what? Now that you think about it, actually, or now that I'm thinking about it, you can actually kill ethereal slime. You can actually kill ethereal slime with smoke out with the on enter on the stack. Because it comes in with 2 buff counters and then it gives itself a fifth one, a third one to become a
Yeah.
5/5.
No, I see what
I
you're
think
saying, but you'll deal 4 first.
yeah, but
Before
you'll
it gets
deal 4 before the on
the on
enter
enter.
resolves. So you can actually kill it with a smoke out. So that's actually not a bad card to side it. I wouldn't be surprised if people sided more of those cards against something like this.
Yeah, I mean, it also answers Cat as well, so
Right,
not
yeah.
a bad card at all.
It's also good against Cheshire Cat, right? So and here we
Like a
go.
goblin.
Here starts the same same thing we saw last turn. Let's see. I believe we still have a lustrous slime,
Oh,
but we did not play it.
we might regret not playing it if we the impact hammer here.
Yeah.
The 1-on-1. So 15 needs to be done this turn. Just swinging for 2. Okay.
Here comes 2, and we take 3.
Yep.
Blazing
Let's
throw.
throw. Here's a Suzaku.
Flip
Only
Suzaku
9
over.
left.
This is
Pepper Chef.
okay. Pepper Chef. Here comes 8
Then
damage.
Suzaku. Yep.
Do we have a response for 8 damage? What the
Oh,
heck is this?
Magnificent Banquet. Yes. Oh
What the?
man,
I've never seen this card
I've
before.
never seen this card. Yeah, this is from
Recover 5, then put it into your.
this is
Oh,
from
you know what? I like that card actually. That's not bad at
yeah,
all.
it's got my boy Dong Zhou. He's eating his Magnificent Banquet.
Is
I love
Dong
this.
Zhou really your boy? I feel like
Oh,
you're the
no,
only
he's
person I've ever seen that actually likes that guy.
one of my locals always talks about Dong Zhou.
Oh, okay.
But well, that's because they really love his name. No, Dong Zhou is not my boy. Sorry, Dong Zhou. But
Okay. Oh, actually,
yeah, that'll
looks like we
finish the
did in
game
fact
regardless.
concede there.
So yeah, despite Magnificent Banquet, unable to take Sylvie to a to a life total below Suzaku coming back, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the you can either kill Suzaku and she won't come back, or you can just swing at face after you've Goja has already taken damage from using the impact hammer, so you're already kind of you know in a tough position to begin with, right? Even before your turn actually starts. So
Mhm.
makes sense. Fire Slime's having a pretty decent show out.
Yeah.
As soon as Baby Gray Slime comes out, they win a tournament. They go 4-0. I believe this is our 4-0. You can ask production here if we have any more.
But yeah, man, game two is one of those things. It's like, I was there, but I'm gonna go back and just watch the 15 real
It,
quick, make sure I
like
understand the game fully.
you, I feel like it doesn't even matter if you were there. You can blink and that game was over. Like, you,
Yes, Serene.
if you just like took a look to the side, if you took a look to the side or anything, and you look back, you're like, what happened to game two?
Yeah, searing truth into an impact hammer with vengeance, and then at the very end, intensified pyre. Uh,
Yeah, blazing throw into
yeah, blazing throw
intensified
into intensified
pyre
pyre.
for
Uh,
exact lethal.
this was one of my locals. uh, Miles, used to be a very very big FISA guy. He's tried a few other decks recently, but
Yeah.
man, that just reminds me of all those FISA lines he showed me, and my brain would crumble because I'm like, where are you finding all the damage? He's like, it's there, man. Don't
Oh,
worry about
dude, I yeah. So I started playing Grand Archive during MRC, right? And my first ever tournament, uh, the Webway, which is our local store, the Webway Store Championship. My first tournament, I like don't even know what I'm doing. Uh, I play against one of my locals, one of my friends, Log, and he kills me turn two with FISA, and I'm like, uh, I don't even know what just happened. Like, and then it was not even close. I got ground out, and then I go to my friend, and I'm like, I just lost, and I don't even know how. Like,
it.
he just did so much damage, and he was like, "What'd you play against?" And he's like, "Oh, I played against a Fire Xander," and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's FISA. That's what they do." And I was like, "Oh." Okay, I
Yeah.
see. So okay, I guess that's a canon event then is what just happened to me.
Yeah, it's got to happen for you to get better. You gotta understand how to live past turn two.
Yeah.
That's the trouble of it.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
that's definitely happened to me before. That will definitely happen to me and everyone else in the coming year. So got to be ready for that turn two kill when you play against fire aggro, right?
hmm Yeah, I actually really like that we saw a KFC, which, if you're new to the game, that's an archetype that we've seen previously. It's called KFC because the bird, so it's Kentucky Fried Suzaku
Yeah.
coming back.
So you got
Uh,
you feed your bird to Peppered Chef and she
yeah,
cooks it up for you, and
yeah.
then you get to bring
So
it back.
it's good to see it come back. I don't think, just looking at the deck real quick, after Shizaku was sort of our main new card from RDO, but as we saw, very very strong. Especially if there's no way to stop it. So of course, Fire Slimes did bring out these large taunting slash intercepting slimes. But
Yeah.
honestly, on a board with very little, a 4/3 is very very strong.
Yeah, I mean, it like you're always gonna lose to like a massive as an aggro deck. A lot of the time, you're always gonna lose to like a massive taunt or a massive intercept or stuff like that, right? Like, there's not much you can do against that stuff. But having a having a 4/3 ally that you can bring out, and it gives you quest counters. It also like if your Fate Stone is gone, you can just bring it back. Like anything like that is always going to be really good. So you're always gonna play Avatar of Suzaku. I think it's always a no brainer.
Yeah. I do wonder, uh, you know, so we didn't see any auspicious, which is it auspicious manifestation is the full name of the card? Yes, this is the very playable Goja Ultimate.
Yeah,
Um, in this case, in Suzaku, yeah, I think it's not necessarily as valuable. Itself is, it's a Luxem card instead of a fire card,
yeah,
even though it does let you sort of get some more quest counters and draw, cycle through. But overall, I don't think I needed it. Seeing the gameplay there.
yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I agree. That was a great match overall. Great great match overall. Great game too. That lasted like 2 seconds. But
Yeah, I mean, if
Fire
you're
Slime's
interested in
able to
fire
get it.
aggro, yeah, if you're interested in
Yeah,
fire aggro,
definitely.
I mean, that was something to watch.
Yeah.
Just to get in your head some of these lines, getting the damage is so important. Uh, yeah, especially around something like fire slimes, like you said, bring out those big taunters, stopping your aggro.
Hmm.
We didn't get to see any of the new slimes. Well, I mean, Baby Gray isn't new; he's just back. But
Yeah, yeah. That's a long, an old face that has recently come back. Um, but previously me not a slimes enjoyer myself, but
Mm.
I am glad that the slimes players got something back. This means that hopium hopium I get my loss in thought back. Prage,
Oh,
weaves,
uh, you know what? I'm
please.
actually I'll join you. Actually, you know what? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
might be
let's
like, "Oh
go.
man, yeah." People might be like, "Oh, costume's gonna have a different opinion."
Let's
No,
go,
yeah,
Pika.
it's
Let's
fine.
go.
Yeah, this. Let me when I'm playing my water deck, just let me draw like 18 cards. It's fine.
That's what I'm
I'll just
saying, dude.
yeah, I'll just deck myself out. It's
Yep,
fine. It's totally fair.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. I totally agree.
For
See, I knew you would. I knew
yeah,
you would.
I am yeah. See, no, Dongzhou, sorry, you're not my boy. You know who is my boy though? Joy Boy, you're my
Exactly.
boy.
Exactly. I'm the boy.
Here comes the boy.
All
Uh,
right.
I was
We
yeah.
have a couple announcements before we head on out of here. First, we
Mhm.
have this weekend is Michigan Regionals. It is streamed on the TCG channel, the Two Champion Gaming channel.
Yep.
The casters are Tyler Once in Love, Mr. Valkyrie, and Garrett as well. So make sure to catch that. Do not miss that. We have the TCG NA Online Regional May 2nd. We have the Europe Cake Online Regional May 3rd, day right after. And don't forget to subscribe to Mental Boon, the channel with my good friends Cam and Tyler. They have an episode coming out Friday night at 6 p.m. for their newest episode with Cam and some of the SoCal boys. So make sure to go watch that YouTube channel or YouTube video. Make sure to subscribe to their channel. It's going to be great. Do you have anything else for us, Mr. Pical?
Uh, just a quick note for everyone out there. I'm glad that slimes are back. Don't let them get too high, or Needful will be insufferable.
Yeah,
Uh,
yes, that's for sure true. We have to keep that guy
yeah,
on.
yeah, we gotta keep a tamp down on it. I
Yeah,
don't know if I can survive another Sylvie Ascendant
yeah,
meta. Uh, nah, it's fine, totally fine. Yeah, of course. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna thank our casters. We're gonna thank our judges, TCG for running this, Serene Balance Productions, and of course our players, without whom there's nothing for us to watch or talk about, because
yeah,
our lives are just Grand Archive.
yeah. Make sure to join the tournament, you guys. It's a great way to learn the game. You don't have to go anywhere, and you get a box if you go 4-0. That's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Uh, Actually, I wonder if production can just send us the name of those 4 so we can shout them out.
Do we have any?
Oh, Okay.
Okay, so
Well,
it looks like we have some people still finishing out the game, but we know for sure at least one 4-0 today, being Axis on Fire Slimes Sylvie. So shout out to them and shout out to whoever wins our last round here. But
yeah.
we will be ending the stream for tonight. We will see you guys next week at the same time. Don't miss it. And I will let you guys go for
we're
now.
we're gonna know.
Oh, yeah. We also do have Chickapoo, Mr. Theo, uh, and Terry
Ooh.
next week. I believe it will be me, Mr. Terry, Team Trading Post Terry, and Chickapoo Theo. So don't miss that. Should be fun. I
Yeah.
expect you guys to be here
That one's gonna
8:30
be
EST.
that was gonna be
And now
absolutely
you
great.
guys can go. I'll let you go now.
All right, bye.